Ladies and gentlemen, my original plan for reacting to these chapters of Solo Leveling Ragnarok, I originally thought, hey, there's one chapter out right now. Well, there's one chapter in the works. Okay, I get to enjoy a little bit of peace. Maybe just a little bit possibly. I don't know. But it turns out that this series has other plans. Because I look at this list now. I look at it now. And it says, not just chapter 1. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Not just chapter 1. No. It says chapter 1 all the way to 16. Oh, goodness. So now, I have to edit my thumbnail. I have to edit my thumbnail so it can be more accurate to what's currently going on as far as, like, these episodes are concerned. So I have to momentarily... Yes, I'm Ramil! Welcome back to the world of Solo Leveling. You guys are going to have to excuse me because I did not account for them to drop 16 chapters. I did not account for 16 chapters being a thing. I did not account for that. So, I am doing this live. I am editing the thumbnail for this entire session. I am editing the thumbnail. I gotta do this live now. All the way to okay. So you're gonna I'm not gonna show my face until the image itself is corrected and it's fixed. So I'm gonna do this in the background. Chapter 1, yeah, I was looking forward to just doing that. But no, they said, let's just drop 16 chapters all at once. You guys have been waiting a very long time for me to start this entire series. And yeah, I want to make sure I do this right for all of you. So let me just wait for my other stuff to pop up so that way I can change out chapter 1 to chapter 1 through 16. I got nothing else to do today, so, you know, I'll take my time. Family's out getting food, so I may take a break in between reading. But we'll see where things go. All right, brand new thumbnail. And let's do that. All right, save. Exit, over. Chapter 1 through 16. Yeah. 1 through 16. I gotta edit that. All right. Thumbnail for the stream is changed. Save. And updating the image so it reads properly. Yes. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. All right. It's time to begin. So let's count off everyone who's here in chat right now. I see Cohagen. I see Julian. I see Kitty. I see Kimor. I see Yes, I'm Ramil. Welcome back, everyone. Let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Yo, peoples! Kyushu92 here. Welcome back to the world of Solo Leveling. It's been so long since I covered the main series. Yes, I know the beginning of me covering the series was because I was reading fan scans and I missed out on a whole bunch of pages, but that's besides the point. I am so happy to read Solo Leveling for all of you again. when the chapters dropped, I want to say what, back in August? I think it was August or much earlier than August, where the chapters dropped from Korea because people got that and they started translating for people to read early. People were asking, are you going to read the new chapters for Solo Leveling? Are you going to read the new chapters for Ragnarok? Are you going to read it? Are you going to read it? No! I'm going to wait until the official US release. And here we are, months later, with patience. Patience! And I get to read this story for all of you. Chapter 1 all the way to 16. And then it says the next chapter is dropping in 5 days. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry, we're getting a chapter on Saturday? Yeah, I beg your pardon. We're getting another chapter on Saturday? I beg your pardon? But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. It's good to see everyone here. Thank you for being patient with me. Also, you'll notice that I don't have the logo up for Solo Leveling because, one, Cacao Page is looking out for that sort of thing, where y'all remember when I had a strike on my channel because of the thumbnail I had for reacting to the special episodes of Solo Leveling? One of my videos got manually reviewed, and then, without warning, without reason, it basically just put a strike on my channel, and I couldn't even get that removed at all. They says like, well, there's not enough information for us to give back, to take off this strike on the channel. And I'm like, y'all didn't even tell me why I even got it. I asked you why, but you never answered. So no, Cacao Page doesn't get any free publicity from me. I'm not having their logo or anything affiliated with them in my thumbnails or during my streams at all, which is why I won't be showing any images, because they are watching. They are nefarious for striking down people who have images up on their streams, even if the person pretty much obscures it so no one can see. So no, I'm not about to go through that. You guys, if you want to see what I am seeing, you can just look it up, because I'm not about to go through that whole stupid mess all over again. But now we begin. Just double checking on everyone. They reject your free advertisement. I'm helping them. I'm helping them by showing everyone just how amazing this series is, and you gonna put a strike on my channel? How dare you? Luckily for me, I was able to save the footage and re-upload it without that extra stuff on there, so they really couldn't keep the brother down at all, because I kept going. But Ravi, it's good to see you as well. Let's go! And actually, you know what? I'll have chat up here on the side. I'll have chat up here on the side, so that way I can kind of see you guys without having to flip-flop between different tabs. Give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. Bada-bada-bop. And bada-bop. All right, cool. Awesome. Chapter 1. Well, episode 1. The Outer Gods. And it shows space, and it shows the shadowed individuals that all seem to have crowns on their heads. And they immediately remind me of the monarchs. From the dawn of time, innumerable universes have been forged by the hands of the Absolute Ones. The Absolute Ones sought eternity by indulging in ceaseless creation, bringing countless forms of matter, souls, and laws into being. Ooh, oh, I love this. Showing time, space, planets, everything, the moon. And it shows like this, what is this? What is this object? It's very intricately designed. However, the Absolute Ones found themselves yearning to break the boredom of eternity. Thus, they devised a new form of entertainment. It was war. Oh, and it shows... Why does this absolute being remind me of the god statue from the original run? Because he's smiling. Mind you, he has like multiple Trigon eyes, but he's smiling. They watched as their creations battled one another. And it shows them looking down on all their creations on what appears to be like a chessboard. The Absolute Ones found great amusement in watching their creations engage in such destructive behavior. Their creations were condemned to a vicious cycle. They gave their lives to fight an unending war, only to be reborn to meet the same fate. But their sacrifice was necessary to relieve the tedium of their creators. And then something happened. Oh my god, we're finding out how the Absolute Being from the original run got killed. Oh! The moment the Absolute Being got betrayed by his own creations and killed, which led to Ashbourne becoming who he would later become. While enjoying the unending war, an Absolute One was slain by one of its own creations, the rulers. Upon learning of this, the Absolute Ones from across all realms gathered. And it shows them all floating around this chessboard that pretty much represents other creations, to observe the world that had lost its master. One of their own kin had been slain. One of their own kind had been slain by the hand of their very own creation, no less. And it shows amidst all of these white pieces on a board, there's one singular black piece that's emanating that purplish smoke that we see trademark of Ashbourne himself. One of their own kind had been slain by the hand of their very own creation, no less. The irony was lost on the remaining Absolute Ones, who were united by a single conviction. And it shows this dark, jagged, dragon-looking piece that looks basically like anyone that is revived and brought back as a Shadow Soldier by Ashbourne or Jin. The power that has lost its master. And it shows them it shows these Absolute Ones picking up these pieces. And I can make out that one of them is, dark, but it's highlighted with red accents over its body. The power that has lost its master shall belong to whoever is first to seize it. Solo Leveling Ragnarok. Art by Jin. Original story by Doll. Adaptation by Bricks. Chapter 001. And now we cut to a high school. I got into Korea University of Arts. And it's this kid who's just, it's this dude who's just sitting at a table. I know who this is. And then other students around here are looking like, no way! How did an uncultured guy like you manage to pass the entrance exam for an art school? I failed all of mine. And this kid is in the back just laughing. I'm finally free from this hell. Congratulations, Sung Suho. You got into art school? And then everyone just falls silent as someone walks up. I didn't realize you had such talent. Since when did you even know how to draw? What is it now, Kim Sung-shul? And it's this tall dude who's standing in front of Suho with, red hair, and he's a little bit taller than Suho. And then he gets up in Suho's face and goes, my name's not Kim Sung-shul, it's Lee Yoon-chul. Oh, right. If it weren't for you, I would have taken over this entire school. Yeah, and if it weren't for me, you would never have gotten to graduate. Ooh. And then it shows some other students whispering to each other, including some girl students at the front.
You Jules at it again. Graduation's just around the corner. Does he have to be such a child right up until the end?
I will not lose my voice. And then the girl next to her just goes, seriously, why does he keep picking on Suho? He's just been trying his best to keep his spirits up ever since his parents disappeared. Excuse me? What you Jin and Chahayan are gone. You know, I'm gonna keep reading. Suho! And Lee goes in to try and hit him. And before Lee can even get a full hit in, Suho grabs him by the head, using his body as a platform, and then proceeds to knee him in the face. And Suho looks completely ticked off. Can't you just cool it till graduation? And then Suho's eyes widen. As they both halt and something causes them to both stop. And Lee, with a bloodied nose and, a black bruise that's going over his nose, just simply, I knew it wouldn't catch up. There we go. Where do I read it? I read it from Tapas. Translations are really different from the early releases on other sites. Yes, they are, because they're translated by people that are not official. They're translated by fans. This is the official translation. So it will be different. It will be different. But the difference is this translation will actually be published. So, But Lee is looking with a blackened nose, and that's also bleeding as he goes, what the heck was that? As it shows, there's like this energy coming off of Suho's hand. Oh, no. No, there's an energy that comes off of Lee's hand. And it emanates in his hand as he goes to try and punch Suho again. It didn't hurt at all. And Lee goes to punch Suho, who dodges out of the way. And Suho was kind of taken aback from this monstrous display of strength. And he winds up punching one of the lockers, and the lockers has a nice, big, fresh hole sticking in the middle of it, shocking all of the students. Huh? And Lee's looking confused. And so is Suho. 3 years later. Oh, we're just skipping ahead 3 years. And we cut to another building. And we cut to Suho, who's Sung Suho, sophomore year in college. In college! Okay. He looks kind of chilled, wearing a jean jacket. Remember when jean jackets were a big thing? Remember where everybody and their mama was wearing jean jackets? But he's just wearing a jean jacket on top of a hoodie, on top of a shirt. It better be cold outside. What you wearing a jean jacket on top of a hoodie on top of a shirt for? Sung Suho, sophomore year in college. And then there's chattering and muttering, and Suho looks over. And someone is speaking into a megaphone going, all classes in the main hall have been relocated to the annex. Please proceed to the annex in an orderly manner. Is that a gate? Bruh, ain't no way Jin just reset this world where there's no magic except for him in a world that's devoid of anything of this nature, and one still shows up. At least he wears socks. You remember. I'm not going to go into detail. Those who were here when I was reading the original story, they know. But there's a lot of chattering, clamoring going on. Hunters are currently at work clearing the gate. Everyone, please stand back. And there's a barricade while everyone is looking towards this gate. How long has it been since the hunters went in? A little over 8 hours, sir. It's only a D-ranked gate, so they should be back any moment. Attention! All non-hunters should take a step back for their own safety. And then we have some girls who are around just going... Actually, that was probably Cha's doing. Yeah, Cha probably knew. I will not have my son going outside with no socks on his feet. That's how you get athlete's foot and ringworm. I will not have that happen to my boy. Yeah. That's good on you, Cha. But we got some girls talking going, you think they're gonna shut down the school? The hunters will take care of it. And Suho is just silently looking. He's got a solemn look on his face. Another gate. It's been 3 years since these gates started manifesting everywhere. The world hasn't been the same since. And it just shows these gates amidst destroyed locations and cities and buildings. Gates are passages to dungeons. Unless a gate is dealt with within a predetermined time, the dungeons inside release monsters into our world. And it shows all these different creatures. Creatures that look kind of reminiscent of creatures we've seen before in the previous world. But humans have evolved in order to rise to the challenge. Humans who could wield magic. We saw the emergence of the awakened beings. These rapid changes threw the world into a state of confusion and chaos. And it shows this dude standing with some other dudes, it shows someone with like a white shirt on, standing here amidst other people that remind you of Wu. But an awakened being named Wu Jinshul. Yo! No, my God, it's Wu. But he looks older. He's got like old man wrinkles on the neck, and he's got like a beard, and he looks like he has a mustache. It almost looks like he's patterning his facial hair off a Gogun. No! Why would you play with my heart like this? But an awakened being named Wu Jinshul founded the Hunter Association and established hunters as an official occupation, which brought order back to the world faster than anyone could have imagined. Now, the world was split into the awakened hunters and the non-awakened normal civilians. And we have Suho in his art class, and it shows that he's drawing. Y'all got holograms? Y'all got holograms in order for y'all to draw properly? Okay. And he's drawing. He's drawing Baru! He's drawing Baru! He's drawing Baru! He's drawing an image, and it's the image of what appears to be like an ant head of some kind. Some people are like ants, having to claw their way forward to make anything for themselves. And there are others who get to have everything just handed to them. In this world, the ants are always reminded of their own limits. And it shows Suho, as it looks like he's on some trash. Oh, because Lee roughed him up. No matter how hard a non-awakened being tries, they'll always be far weaker than the weakest E-rank hunter. Oh, you talk about your dad, but you don't know you're talking about your dad. And it just shows Lee, after having, apparently beat up Suho, just walking away with a smirk on his face, chewing some bubble gum. I haven't chewed gum in a long time. Just thinking about it reminds me of the sensation on my teeth. That is so weird. I can feel it on my teeth, and I haven't had it in years. If the hunters stop sealing off the gates, this world will come to an end. In other words, non-awakened beings can't survive without hunters. But the hunters don't need the non-awakened to survive. So that's why we're all grateful to the hunters. It's thanks to them that a non-awakened being like me can live a peaceful life. And he still draws and he keeps going. Oh, more, faster and faster and faster. But this life comes with its own set of fears. And Suho is just still drawing. Like the fear of being unaccustomed to having to give up so many things. My missing parents, my ability to survive on my own without relying on others. Those days when I truly believed that I could do anything. And it shows his friends as well. But we also see Jin and Cha Hae-in, when they were younger, when Suho was growing up, when he was a baby. Those days when I truly believed that I could do anything. All gone, and in their place, I'm filled with a sense of powerlessness. Mom always said that I always used to say that I reminded her of Dad. I wonder how he would have dealt with this. He would have just dealt with it. He would have just ended the crisis right then and there, because that's how busted he is. Suho! And then he comes out of his stupor, because he was daydreaming, but his teacher walks up to him. Yes, sir? You sure are focused today. What are you drawing? I was just doing some freehand stuff. Is that an ant? That's a very creative take on an ant. Or is it more like some sort of ant-man? And Suho just looks kind of blankly at it going, why was I drawing something like this? And he draws an incredibly detailed depiction of our goodest boy, Beru. Ooh! Oh, Beru! We missed you! We missed you so much! And then it cuts back to the people outside of the gate. The hunters have returned!
Whoa! They look like they're in good spirits. I guess the mission was a success.
And it shows this big group of hunters walking out of the gate. And it shows that someone at the front with a big old shield and a big old greatsword, not even a long sword, it's a great sword, and he's just bringing it one-handed. Great job, Hunter Kim Jong-soo, sir. The dungeon has been successfully cleared. I have some intel that I need to report to the Hunter Association. We encountered a new species of monster. Oh! It was a humanoid type, with blue flames fuming from its eyes and mouth. They attacked us with their fangs and claws, but weren't able to deal much damage. I suffered a light scratch, which seems to be just fine, so I doubt that it was very powerful. That certainly doesn't sound like any monster we've seen before. It's a good thing that it wasn't very dangerous. So, sir, may I ask that you fill out this simple report regarding the events of this mission? So, looking at these creatures basically look like zombies, but they have flames spewing from their eyes and mouth. And this dude got scratched, and he says that he doesn't feel anything at all. It didn't really bother me. But it cuts to his arm that's got a scratch. And then it shows flame coming out of the cut itself. This is a virus. This is a virus. This is a creature virus. Because all of a sudden, we get that trademark anime boom, boom. As he starts to, as he drops his shield and his sword, and his eyes suddenly get strangely highlighted as it shows this zoomed out view of him. Mr. Kim? And as the rest of his crew, not noticing what's going on with him, walk past, we start to see that his eye is highlighted, and then it starts to emanate the same energy as the creatures inside the gate. Are you? And before this mere worker, before this mere worker can say, "Are you all right?" Jong-soo immediately lunges at him and proceeds to eat him. This is a gate virus. The dude has been zombified, and he's already attacking someone. And this crew, two women that was walking with him, they all stop immediately and look at him as he just bites into the guy that he was just talking to the shock of everyone around him.
That blue flame, it's the same as that monster.
And before one of these girls can say anything, we just see the mouth of Jong-soo in front of her, and he starts chowing down on her as well. And everyone starts running away from the zombified Jong-soo. And as that happens, the people that were bitten by Jong-soo, they all get zombified as well, and they start launching and trying to kill other people around them. This is a fast-acting virus. And as the screams ring out outside of Suho's college, they hear it. And all the students get up and they look out the window.
What's going on?
What is that? And everyone looks in utter shock and horror as they see people who have been bitten by other infected people starting to lunge after people who aren't infected yet. Are those people attacking each other? And yeah, they're biting other people. Even the officials who were there from the Hunters Association, they immediately start turning as soon as they're bitten. There's a blue light coming from their eyes, like some kind of monster.
Is it a dungeon break? It can't be.
What the heck are you all doing? We need to get out of here! No, we should stay here and wait for the hunters. Mr. Lim, you're an awakening being, right? Do something! Hey, I'm only an E rank. And Suho's looking. And then he sees from across the window that one of these infected people are already on top of the roof, just across from him. And he just steps down. He just steps down onto the roof. And then this basically infected person kneels down and then launches from the roof towards the college, with Suho going, "Run! Run!" As Jong-soo, the same person, this is Jong-soo. Jong-soo launches into the college, over Suho and into a student. And he growls as his face has become even more decayed due to the effects of this magical zombie virus, causing everyone to flinch. Everyone in the room to flinch. Everyone, run! And Jong-soo immediately jumps on another student and just starts biting into them, and Suho is running.
My legs! I can't!
And Suho sees her as she goes,
"Help me!"
And Suho closes his eyes and runs past her and goes, "I'll go get the hunters!" As we see this panel with her hand reaching out. Darn it. What do you mean I'll go get the hunters? You're just leaving her to die. You're just leaving her there to die. But what can a non-awakened being like me even do? And he clenches his eyes shut. Non-awakened this, non-awakened that. Nothing's going to change if all I do is make excuses for myself. You've got to do what you can, Suho. What would Dad do in a situation like this? And then it shows Jin. And Jin, in this thought, him slowly turning around, and we see Jin's eye. Then we cut back to the bloodied face, the bloodied visage of Jong-soo, as he starts to get close to the woman whose leg is hurt. And she's trembling and crying her eyes out because she thinks she's about to die. And as Jong-soo growls and launches at her, with her putting her hand up pretty much in a vain attempt to protect herself, the next thing we see is Suho taking a fire extinguisher and slamming Jong-soo in the face with a big loud clang. And then it just shows the face of Suho. If Dad were here, he'd... And then there's a bzzz sound, as if... Oh, there's a bzzz sound. And then something starts to come into view. Something starts to come into view. In this world of Suho, it buzzes. We can't make out what it is until it starts to bzz, bzz, come together. Notification. You have fulfilled all the requirements for the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. To be continued! Solo leveling Ragnarok! Someone just became a player! This is the first chapter of Solo Leveling Ragnarok, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a quick second. I heard the garage go up, so I think my family just got back with food. Let me see if they need help with that. If they do have food, I'm going to take that time to eat, and then we'll continue with chapters 2 through 16. Let me double check on them and see if it's them. If it's not them, then we continue with the next chapter. I'll be right back. Hold tight, everybody. Oh, Ravi, you say amazing first chapter, but gotta go. Good night. Good night to you as well, Ravi. I'm glad you were here for my first reactions for the first chapter of Ragnarok. Be right back, everybody. Well, that was a good lunch break. Only you OGs will know what happened beforehand. Now, let's continue with chapter 2 of Solo Leveling Ragnarok. A while back, a dream that felt like a game. And mind you, this whole thing with Suho, where he was going through like the dungeons and using gauntlets and everything, that was part of the side story as well that I read months and months ago. But he's just remembering when he ran through those, basically it was basically ran through this gauntlet. It was essentially like a roguelite. Makes me want to play a roguelite right now. But he went through basically a roguelite dungeon, and he had to face all these soldiers, and his big step at the end was essentially Beru. But Beru, being Suho's biggest fan, couldn't bring himself to do anything seriously injuring to Suho because, you know,
It's the monster's child. I can't do anything to him.
so Beru allowed himself to get beaten by Suho. And then he tried to face off against the big boss, which was Jin, and the gap between their strength was seen in that one singular moment. A dream that felt like a game. With every floor, the monsters only got stronger, and to defeat them, I had to level up only to fight even more monsters. The monsters got stronger, which meant I had to get stronger. And it shows him fighting Igris, beating Igris. It shows him fighting dragons and giants. It shows him facing off against Beru. And after many battles, I was finally able to reach the highest floor, which is where he tries to clash against Jin. Now, mind you, he doesn't know it's his father, because he's like, Jin is dressed up in his old hoodie. And he fights Suho. There, I faced a powerful final boss. Even though he was my opponent, I couldn't help but be awed by his strength. Okay, so let me just say this. This series is going to make me even more upset that we don't have a solo leveling console game right now. I don't care about Solo Leveling Arise on my mobile phone and how it makes my phone hot after 5 minutes of play. No, this is a series that deserves its own game on consoles. Period. This is this type of series that deserves... If anyone has played Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, this would be the perfect series to adapt into that. I'm just saying. And this won't be the last time I mention video games and how this dessert needs its own full-on console game. This won't be the last time. This is actually going to encourage me to talk about that and speak out about it more. Even though he was my opponent, I couldn't help but be awed by his strength. But somehow, the final boss turned out to be... Did you enjoy the game? And Suho looks up and goes, Game? Dad? Somehow the final boss turned out to be my dad. I think the dream was a reflection of how I saw him. He was so strong and reliable. I wonder how he got so strong. That's a bit of a story. And we cut back to when Suho was on the run before he went back and saved that lady from zombie Jiangsu. Dad. And it shows him snatching away that fire extinguisher. How would you deal with an impossible situation like this? And it shows him running back into the classroom, extinguisher in hand, as he shoves this fire extinguisher directly into Jong-Soo's zombified, bloodied face and hits him in the face with it. Is this what you would have done? And Jong-Soo is kind of skidding back from this hit. Now what? Attacks from non-awakened civilians have no effect on monsters. I just rushed in without... And then it shows Jong-Soo standing there. And all of a sudden, everything stops around Suho. Ooh, everything just stops around him. What is this? Did time stop? And then that trademark notification window pops up. Notification. You have fulfilled all the requirements for Secret Quest Courage of the Week. You have attained the right to become a player. Will you accept? The notification voice is back, ladies and gentlemen. I know you missed it. This is just like his dream from way back when. That dream I had. Scam popping up. Yeah, scam popped up. That dream I had. If this is just like that dream, then, with things the way they are, I don't have much of a choice. And Suho just says, I accept. And then there's a flash inside of the classroom. Bloop. Notification. Congratulations on becoming a player. Quest reward, secret quest. Courage of the week. Blessing. The great spellcaster Kandiaru's blessing. The great spellcaster Kandiaru has gifted you a special blessing. As long as you have Kandiaru's blessing, you will live a strong and healthy life. Quest reward. Permanent effect. Health and longevity. You are immune. Oh my gosh! Here we go! This is about to get me started. This is about to get me started all over again. Quest reward. Permanent effect. Health and longevity. You are immune to all diseases and poisons. Your recovery rate will receive a massive boost while you sleep. Bruh, even if he gets hurt, he gonna heal faster while he's sleeping. Where's this game? Where's the video game for this? I'm not talking about the mobile. I'm not talking about mobile. Where's our console video game for this? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You have no excuse because solo leveling is successful. Where is it? Notification. This system is designed to assist the development of the player. This is not a dream. You only get one life. Proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. Blip. Stats. Name, Sung Suho. Level, 1. Job, none. Title, none. Fatigue, 0. HP, 100. MP, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Perception, 10. Vitality, 10. Intelligence, 10. Available ability points, 0. Skills, passive skills, none. Active skills, the commander's authority, level 1. And that's when Suho's eyes glow! It's just like the status window from a game. I knew it! Notification. A quest is available. Quest info. Quest. Tutorial. Defeat Mistburn monsters and level up. Level up 1 of 2. Mistburn! Okay, we got a name for it. Since Jong-Soo is now Mistburned, he's a Mistburn monster. He's a Mistburn now. Okay, nice. And it shows Jong-Soo as his body starts cracking all over, and we see more of those blue flames coming out of his face. D rank awakened Mistburn. And it shows all the students who got munched on, they're getting up as well. We can now put a time frame to this. We can now put a name to these types of creatures. And time has resumed. The time freeze is ending. Run, now!
Okay.
I can see the names above their heads. Non-awakened Mistburn. Non-awakened Mistburn. D-rank awakened Mistburn. Meaning Jong-Soo. I'm up against 1 hunter and 2 non-awakened misburns. And one of the students launches towards Suho. As the lady, both of the students, both Miss Burns students are launching towards Suho, while the other student is running out of the classroom. If I've truly awakened, then. And it shows Suho with a slight smile on his face, and he proceeds to slam the same fire extinguisher in the face of one Miss Burn. And the impact from it leaves an indent in this fire extinguisher itself as he goes to punch this Miss Burn student. Sorry, but... And proceeds to hit her so hard, she goes flying through the roof. Much to the shock of Suho, with one punch, he sent her straight through the roof. All right. Okay.
Notification. You have defeated a non-awakened Mistburn.
With one punch? And then another Mistburn student runs over to him. And Suho spins around, and with one swift swinging kick, he hits this Mistburn student so hard that he goes flying as well.
Notification. You have defeated a non-awakened Mistburn. Notification. Level up. Quest tutorial complete. Quest tutorial. Defeat the Mistburns and level up. Level up 2 out of 2. Notification. You have quest rewards. Your quest rewards have arrived. Will you accept the rewards?
I like this voice. Ooh. Oh boy. Because the only person left is D-rank Jongsu. D-rank Mistburn Jongsu.
Will you accept the rewards?
This proves it. And Suho does not waste any time. I really have awakened. He doesn't waste any time trying to punch Mistburn Jongsu in the face. But it's not enough to bring him down. He's still standing? And it cuts to Jongsu trying to swipe at Suho, but he luckily dodges out of the way. You don't want to get scratched by this, bruh. It's gonna hurt. But then again, it literally just said he's immune to all diseases. So I imagine he would be immune to this as well, regardless. But Jongsu is constantly trying to swipe at Suho. Just wildly. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind. He manages to scratch him. Just gouges lines in his chest. I understand that gacha games are great for earning a lot of money, but they could have still done an open world solo leveling game with some gacha elements like Wuthering Waves and Genshin Impact. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is also a good option as well. Like I can understand them trying to do it the way of like Genshin, but I feel like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink would be like a good feel like it would be a good alternative to gameplay for that, because you can introduce characters, you can level them up as well, and it doesn't have to have any gacha elements to it, because I feel like that's an element that needs to go. Like, whatever happened to just unlocking characters through gameplay, you know? Just flat out unlocking them through gameplay. So I feel like it should stay like that. But that's just me. That's just me. But if we got a solo leveling game like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, I feel like that would be much better than try to even a smidgen of gacha. I feel like that should be the blueprint for it. But Suho just got scratched in the chest. Also, Kohagen, welcome back. I'm halfway through chapter 2. Yeah, I'm halfway through chapter 2. But Suho then uses all of his strength to kick away from Jongsu, screeching to a halt. Darn! Getting hit by these things turns you into a monster. I've barely just awakened and now I'm gonna turn into some monster?
Notification. Bloop. Notification. Abnormal spirit status has been detected. Health and longevity has been activated to nullify the damage.
And in that instant, we get like health up symbols all around the scratch that Suho just received, and his body immediately heals up. Health and longevity? Right, there was something about that in the status window. And Jiangsu continues to pursue Suho. And he grabs Suho and slams him into the ground, kind of causing the floor to crater a little bit. And Suho is doing his best to hold him back. If I'm weaker than a D-rank Mistburn, I must be E-rank. Wait, I finally managed to awaken my power, and here I am already complaining about my rank. And Jiangsu is roaring in Suho's face, because Jiangsu's face has become more and more and more decayed. As this Mistburn infection, this disease, this affliction, if you will, has progressed even further through his body. This is a fast-acting virus. This dude just turned into a zombie no more than 5 minutes ago, and he's already looking like he's been one for 5 days. Yo, Blaziken, welcome. How am I liking it so far? I'm only on chapter 2, and it feels so good to be reading Solo Leveling again. Also, can we talk about how much Suho looks like his dad? I know! People say that about me. If you've ever seen my father's face and we both smiled, people say that I look exactly like him, except, slightly darker tone. Not to mention the rates for getting decent characters is absolutely trash in the Solo Leveling Arise games. It was 0.0025% for regular summons and 0.0065% for rate ups. That's the reason why gachas lose me. I'm from the era of video games where if you played a game, you can unlock the character through gameplay. Not constantly doing dailies in order for you to eventually get some currency that can allow you to take a chance of getting characters. No, I'm from the era of video games where if you played a game, you unlock characters. If you fulfilled certain requirements in the game, you unlock characters. If you beat a game on the hardest difficulty, you unlock characters. And some of the more powerful characters tend to be locked behind those special requirements. Like, for example, in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, the Black Hand, Order of the Black Hand. No, I think it was like the Black Order. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, the Black Order. I'm only on chapter 2, puts up one finger. I'm sorry. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, the Black Order, made it so that you unlocked Infinity Gauntlet Thanos, but you had to complete the game on all 4 difficulties. Not play the hardest difficulty and then the rest of them are unlocked that way. You had to do easy, medium, hard, very hard, and then the ultimate difficulty. You had to do all the difficulties, then beat the final DLC stage. All individually on these difficulties, and then you unlocked Thanos. And Thanos is broken, but you earned him. That's the types of games that I can get behind. So you'll have to pardon me if, I don't care how many waifus there are. If the chance of me getting these characters is predicated on currency that I can seldom get through regular play, and it'll take me a hot minute to get enough to just do one summon, or I could just flip my card through and see hundreds of dollars just disappear from my account for the chance. On the chance of me to get these characters, I'd rather play the game where I can just earn them. Flat out. But Jiangsu is roaring in Suho's face. I know I just went off on a tangent there. Bear with me. There's going to be a long session today. Jiangsu is roaring in Suho's face. There has to be something I can do. Oh, accept rewards.
Quest reward. The following rewards are ready for collection. Reward 1, ability points plus 5. Reward 2, strength points plus 3.
This dude just got free strength points and free ability points as his reward for taking down some misburns.
Strength, 11 to 14.
And then all of a sudden, Suho goes, "Ah!" And what was once something that zombie Mistburn Jiangsu could resist, He suddenly finds himself getting flinged across the room from not Jin. I was about to default to Jin. From Suho's newfound strength. But Jong-soo, being a lot more advanced than the other Miss Burns, I want to say Miss Bourne, but it's Miss Burns. He gets up only for Suho to just zigzag across the room at lightning speed and punch Jong-soo directly in the face. It's not enough to bring him down, though. As Jong-soo goes for another swipe and manages to hit Suho once again, drawing some blood again. Even with increased strength, I can't knock him out. In that case, I'll put all my remaining reward points into strength. Strength, 14 to 19. And then it just shows the fists. It just shows the fists of Suho clenching. I've never heard of an awakened being able to level up. Well, funny you should mention that. And Suho takes all of his strength and drives it directly into Jong-soo's teeth. Your rank is determined when you awaken, and there's never been anyone who could surpass their rank. And Suho, after punching Jong-soo directly in his teeth, separating them from their foundation, he goes straight for the body and just starts doing and just delivering those body blows. I don't know who gets to decide who awakens or what rank they are. And then Suho goes for another punch. But if I can break free from all that. And then there's a crash from the opposite room where Suho is beating up on Jong-soo. And this is such a nice looking room. This looks like a club room. You got chairs on the side, you got tables. This looks like a very nice, calm, reasonable place to be. Until the wall that also seems to have had a very large flat screen plasma TV on it. It gets dislodged from apparently Suho beating up on Jong-soo, and he breaks through the wall. And what we get is Suho driving Jong-soo through the wall and punching him so hard. Well, not just punching him so hard, but punching him repeatedly, over and over, with increasing intensity, sending him flying into this new room. And then we have Suho huffing and puffing, fists just covered in blood. Not his, but Jong-soo's.
Notification. You have defeated a D-ranked awakened Miss Burn. Notification. Level up, level up, level up.
And then Suho just drops to his knees, going, I won. And he's looking at his hand. I've actually awakened. And he clenches his fists in excitement. Ah! And someone is screaming, I can do this. Now that I've awakened, I can save everyone and put an end to this nightmare. Then there's a crunch sound. There's a crunch sound as Suho dashes out. He dashes out with a sword in hand as we see more Miss Burns students. And just from the wake of him running at full tilt, he jumps up in the air, and the shockwave from him jumping causes some other Miss Burns students to get knocked away. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. That's not Suho. Someone else is running with a sword in hand, and they jump upstairs. And Suho looks out the window and goes, "What's the situation outside?" he thinks to himself. As we have the actual Jong-soo jumping towards Suho with his giant sword in hand. I was wrong. I thought he looked exactly like him. The Mistborn from before looked exactly like him. That wasn't him, though.
C-ranked awakened Mistburn.
And Jong-soo, the real Jong-soo. The Mistburn that I thought was Jong-soo was not Jong-soo. It was just another person from his team that had his hairstyle for some reason and was dressed exactly like him. Not unless this is the same Jong-soo that went and got his sword and then came back. But he's in front of Suho, sword in hand, and there's this massive kaboom as he brings his sword down to brings his sword on where Suho is supposed to be, and that's to be continued in the next chapter. That's the end of chapter 2. Onwards to episode 3, chapter 3. And we have a siren immediately going off. Just going off.
A dungeon break has been reported at Korea University of Arts. All residents evacuate the area as quickly as possible.
And then it shows soldiers as they have apparently cordoned the place off, and they got barricades up as we see numerous dead people around the school. Dang it. People are dying out there, and all we can do is stand back and watch. When is the Hunters Association supposed to arrive? And we got some soldier, like a long goatee, and he's also smoking as well. It's taking longer than expected to get B-rank hunters or higher. B-rank? Didn't they say it was a D-rank dungeon? Well, the Hunters Association suspects some of the hunters have been infected. No way. As they're looking through this list, we also see Jong-soo. You're saying a C-rank hunter could have been infected? Name, Kim Jong-soo. Position, tank. Rank, C. Okay, so this all but confirms that this is Jong-soo and not the same zombie that we've been facing off against before. And it shows Jong-soo as he has burst into the classroom where Suho was, brandishing his sword in hand. What the heck? Did he just jump up from the ground floor?
C-ranked awakened Mistburn.
It's a C-rank awakened Mistburn. If it can use weapons, it's on a totally different level from the other Mistburns. But I just leveled up. Shouldn't I be strong enough to take him on? And Suho barely has time to dodge as Mistburn Jong-soo, the real one, the official one this time, swings his sword just inches away from Suho's head. And the shockwave, like the cut of this, cuts an entire line through the entire classroom. Just in one go. What the heck? As it shows Jong-soo taking his sword in hand, and then he just proceeds to, it looks like he's about to swing it down until we get yet another fire extinguisher swung in his face. But Suho jumps away because Jong-soo has the speed where he can not only intercept that, but cut it and almost hit Suho in the process. But because of that, he slices through the extinguisher, causing the whole room to fill with smoke. And Suho immediately books it and gets out. There's no way I can take on a monster like that. I guess ranks exist for a reason. Where are the hunters? If I can just hold out until the other hunters get here. And while he's running, Jong-soo is already outside of the classroom looking for him. And he sees him. Jong-soo's face. Now, mind you, Jong-soo's face isn't zombified. His face just looks completely converted. He doesn't have, like, the decaying flesh around his face. It looks like his mouth has morphed into, like a very big Harlequin smile. Harlequin scar smile. That extends pretty much close to where his ears are. and his teeth have gone from being normal human to being jagged as they get towards the front. And he has these drool lines, I want to call it drool lines, of the Mistburn coming out of his mouth with his eyes glowing. Let me just say this. The art is peak. Dubu would be proud. But Jong-soo turns around and he starts looking as Suho goes, huh? Wait, as Jong-soo notices some other students on the rooftop.
Let's wait here for the hunters. They're coming, right?
And Jong-soo doesn't waste any time in seeing these students, and he jumps towards them, instantly already looking like he's about to kill them. And there's a slam sound as Suho looks, and we just see Jong-soo standing up where these three female students were, and there's a massive impact from where his sword looks like it cut into. And then Suho grits his teeth. His eyes glare. And he proceeds to use his new strength to jump across the rooftop straight over to where Jong-soo is. Darn it! I can't afford to wait for the hunters. And Suho goes and proceeds to kick Jong-soo directly in his neck. It's up to me to stop this monster. But he kicks Jong-soo in the back of the neck, but it's like it didn't do anything at all. Like it didn't even make him budge. He hits him directly in the back of the neck, but literally no movement from Jong-soo occurred at all. And Jong-soo swings around in order to hit Suho, who dodges out of the way. He backdashes. If he hits me once, I'm dead. As it shows, the swipe takes out a gigantic chunk of the roof that they're fighting on. Oh, he did kill him. Oh my goodness, he did kill him. Because it just shows parts of the bodies of the students. And it shows the blood all around them. Oh no, none of them survived. I was kind of hoping that they were okay. Maybe they leapt out of the way or maybe they dodged, but that slam was him literally killing them. But I can't let him get away. As Suho goes straight towards Jong-soo. And he starts delivering body blow after body blow. It just delivers tons of blows to his body. And Suho is dodging all of these sword strikes. And he dodges one and lands another hit on Jong-soo. And he keeps hitting him over and over and over and over and over and over again. And just like he did to like he did to Lee at the beginning, he grabs him by the head and then knees him in the face. But in that instance, he leaves himself open as Jong-soo slashes him with his sword. And a massive spray of blood is launched out of his body, and he's also sent hurtling towards the opposite end of the rooftop, directly into a wall that leads into the school. And he's already coughing up blood as Mistburn Jong-soo starts walking towards him.
HP 1 of 140.
1 HP. Aren't I lucky? I guess the system doesn't want me to die just yet. Then it shows darkness. Then it shows Jong-soo as he's walking towards Suho with a devilish grin on his face. Then in this darkness, there's a crack. And Suho is struggling to try and get up. He's shaking, he's bleeding. Then this crack in the darkness gets brighter and bigger. And then as Suho is bracing for Jong-soo, who launches at him, fatigue 99. It shows Suho's eyes. They're droopy, they're heavy. They almost look like they're losing life. Darn it. Suho falls forward, unconscious, as this section of the sky cracks. It cracks open, it shatters, and something comes out of this crack. Something comes. Woo! Something comes out of this crack, and with a loud, it comes down with a monstrous boom. And in the process, severs both hands of Jong-soo in an instant. And as Suho looks up, barely conscious, his eyes grow heavy as he can only think of the words, and this creature puts its hand out. This creature puts his hand out and goes,
Apologies for my lateness.
as this green glow starts to envelop Suho, emanating from this creature. And this creature is clicking and making these sounds as Miss Byrne Jong-soo walks towards him. And then we see the antenna of this creature. We see the purplish blazing wings of this creature.
So, it's you. You dare lay hands upon my most precious master, vermin!
Who is it that shows up to save Suho? It's Beryl! And from this proclamation, in an instant, Jong-soo's entire upper torso is obliterated by Beru. He just dashes straight through him, and all we have left are the legs of Jong-soo. Then we see another person who's affected by the Mistburn affliction, and they're rushing towards the teacher. You know, I think his name was Mr. Kim. There's a lot of Kims. Mr. Kim, it looks like it's a band student because they still have the guitar strapped to their back. And it's rushing, and this student is rushing towards the teacher. Someone! And in an instant, help! As he says help, there's nothing left of this student except for their shoes. Because their entire body got obliterated in an instant. Every Mistburn afflicted student is finding themselves dislocated from the rest of their body in different places. Heads are rolling, limbs are flying, arms are sailing, body parts are flying everywhere as Beru is making absolutely short work of every single afflicted student, dashing through this school with claws to tear your flesh, just ripping all of these students apart instantly. We're just seeing the aftermath of what Beru is doing. He's dashing through this entire place, just ripping apart all of these afflicted students. All we see is just the after image of his hand, not even his full body. He's just taking them all out in an instant. And Beru, seeing as how he's one of the fastest soldiers in Jin's army, all he is just a zigzagging blur, cutting through all of these students, one after the other, over and over, as if a scythe through wheat, just cutting them all apart. He's moving so fast the windows are breaking in his wake. That's how fast he's moving. And the speed of which he's moving is so fast that he causes a sound barrier sonic boom to reverberate throughout the entire school, to the point where even the soldiers who are still outside. He's moving so fast that he actually caused some cars to be moved and even one to flip over from just the force of his speed alone. Ooh, this is a beautiful shot. The shockwave can be felt across the entire city, emanating from the school, but it's reverberating throughout the entire city, and it's just sparkling everywhere, and all the soldiers are looking mad confused. And then we cut back to Beru, who lands back on the rooftop, kneeling in front of Suho. Oh my goodness, kneeling in front of Suho as the whole area is just sparkling with everything that these sparkles are basically shards of glass that is just falling through the air because of how fast he was moving, but it paints a very beautiful picture. I can't show you because I don't intend for this stream to be copyright striked for any reason. I intend to keep it monetized and up, but this image of Beru kneeling before Suho in amidst of fallen shards of glass that sparkle in the sun. Mwah!
It has been a while, young master.
To be continued, it's been a while, young master! It's Sashiburi dana, Wakasama. But it just shows and the last thing we get from this panel is the drawn I bit the side of my cheek. This is the last thing we get in this panel for this chapter is the picture that Suho unconsciously drew of Beru amidst all the destruction. It's been a while, young master. To be continued. Best boy is back! He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy! And let's not forget, that's just one shadow soldier. Oh, yes. That's just Beru. We still haven't seen the OG yet. We still haven't seen the very first one. We still got Tusk. We still got Tank. We still got Igris. And we still got Bellion. Let's get started. Next one. Chapter 3. Give it to me. Wait a minute. Did I say chapter 3? I meant to say chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4! And we get this flashback as we have someone drawing a picture of an ant. And it's young Suho. And he's drawn a picture of all the shadow soldiers that he knows when he was a child. We see Beru. He's got his own picture flying through the air. We have, I guess this is an ant soldier just by itself. We have him drawing Tusk and Igris. Tusk has a red face with white teeth and, the pearls around his neck. And Igris has, his big old feather on top of his head, his cape, and his big old long sword, the Demon King's long sword, the long sword that can shoot out lightning with every swing. Good Lord. No. That's one of the marshals. Yes. Boy. Let's keep going. Because we're not even halfway through this. There are 16 chapters. When we get to chapter 8, that means we're halfway done. But it shows Suho drawing all these pictures while he's a child. And he looks up, and someone steps in front of his view, and it's Beru.
Young master, is this a drawing of me?
And Beru, wearing a flowered apron, is holding this picture of himself as he immediately starts sobbing.
I am deeply moved.
And I think, I like how they did this. I think they blurred out his name because Suho doesn't remember it. Because if I remember correctly, Jin kind of put some mental blocks and power blocks in him because Suho was already showcasing powers when he was just nothing but a toddler. So I think they did this by blurring out Beru's name until Suho can remember it. I'm deeply moved. And then Suho wakes up. And he's in a bed. Is this a hospital bed? It's a hospital bed. This is just like when Jin was in the hospital. Because these don't look like normal nurses. I could be wrong, but they seem like they may be associated with the Hunters Association. I'm just saying. Was that an ant? Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 4. And we're at a hospital. Yep, we're at a hospital.
Suho! What in the world happened? Are you sure you're okay? If this won't do, if the world's going to heck, you'll need to have some awakened bodyguards to protect you.
Oh, wait, Uncle. Suho! What in the world happened? Are you sure you're okay? This won't do. If the world's going to heck, you'll need some awakened bodyguards to protect you. Uncle, wait a minute. Is this Uncle Jino? Hold on. Is this Uncle Jino? Because remember, Jino wanted to marry Jinna. Is this Uncle Jino? This won't do. If the world's going to heck, you'll need some awakened bodyguards to protect you. I'm fine, Uncle. When I woke up, 2 days had passed. And then we're on the news.
The incident at Korea University has been the talk of the country, and now the government will...
With so many casualties, the entire incident was fuel for a number of hot-button topics. The discovery of misburned monsters that could infect hunters and turn them into monsters. The delayed response from the Hunters Association to an emergency in the middle of the city. And when the hunters did finally arrive, they encountered the biggest mystery of all. As it shows the hunters who have arrived, and they all have horrified and confused looks on their faces. Something had slain all the mistburn on campus before hunters arrived. Bruh, Beru tore the entire place up. Not only are the infected students just lying in numerous pieces all over the campus, but there are deep, deep gashes in the concrete itself from Beru just going off. And no one can understand how this happened because they don't know. All the people who turned into monsters just started exploding right before my eyes. Sophomore student at Korea University of the Arts. Which means that Beru was moving so fast, no one could actually see him. That's how fast he was moving. He moved so fast through the entire school that no one could tell who or what he was at all. That explains why he shattered all those windows when he flew past them at high speeds. And Suho, in his room, turns the TV off. And he's just glancing. So, it wasn't just a dream. I really have awakened. Not only that, I'm an awakened being who's capable of leveling up. Where have we heard that before?
Stats. Name, Sung Suho. Level 5. Job, none. Title, none. Fatigue, 0. HP, 140. MP, 140. Strength, 22. Agility, 14. Perception, 14. Vitality, 14. Intelligence, 14. Available ability points, 0. Passive skills, none. Active skills, the commander's authority, level 1.
Wait, wasn't I wounded while fighting that C-rank awakened Mistburn? How am I still alive?
Because I, Beru, disposed of those fools for you, young master.
And then, he says his name. And Suho's looking confused as Beru manifests himself from a shadow underneath Suho's bed.
It has been some time, young master.
And Beru can't hold back his tears as he starts tearing up.
Young master, you have grown up so much! I cannot help but swell with pride!
And that's when the memories start to come back to Beru. Yeah. Scattered pieces of my memories are coming back to me. I remember this ant. And it shows all the memories of Suho's time with Beru and how they both bonded. And how there's even a moment where Beru has Suho in like the baby backpack. You know, when you could put the baby in the back and strap them on. He's carrying Suho this way. And then it has numerous shadow soldiers looking after him. He's one of the many shadowy creatures I spent my childhood with. Why couldn't I remember them until just now? And it shows Beru still crying and manifesting as a wisp of shadow, and he causes one of his hands to come up, like manifest, and then just wipe a tear from his eye.
I, your humble servant, have crossed dimensions to serve you, young master.
This is the voice I did for Beru during my original read. It stays. And why were these shadowy creatures around during my childhood to begin with? I have so many questions. More than anything, I don't remember you being this small. And it shows that Beru is just like a very small wisp of himself. You're an ant, right?
My current size is a result of interdimensional travel, which requires a lot of mana. I assure you that my true form inspires both awe and fear.
But the system window says you're just a foot soldier. Beru, level 1 foot soldier.
What? I am a marshal, not a mere foot soldier, you cursed system!
And then Suho gets up. Anyway, you're saying that you're the one who healed me, right?
Ahem. I may not look it, but I am a very skilled healer. I came here with the intention of releasing you from your seal, but it seems you completed that on your own. Very impressive.
My seal? Does that seal have anything to do with the dreams I've been having?
You may have misjudged them as dreams, but they were memories. You were much stronger the last time we dueled. The great Shadow Monarch, Sung Jin Woo, sealed your memories and your powers in the hope you could lead a normal life.
Yo! Just dropping Jin's name! You mean my dad? You have something to do with him or why he left, don't you?
He didn't leave you. He went to space.
Just dropping that Jin's in space right now. Okay, Galactic Shadow Monarch. Okay, Galactic Shadow Monarch. Okay, Galactic Shadow Monarch. Y'all done got me out my seat now. Oh, we live in that best life. We live in that life right now. Oh my goodness. Okay, Galactic Jin. Space. What are you talking about?
To put it simply,
and while Beru's trying to make this make sense to Suho, the shadow underneath his bed expands. Yo, this is such a cool way to do it. This is such a cool way to do it.
The great Shadow Monarch is away, waging a war against invaders who seek to take our world.
And it shows Jin with his dagger in hand, as we see these giant hands all surrounding him. These are the other absolute beings. Let me tell y'all this. I thought the absolute being from the original story was the only one. Finding out with this that there are multiple, like there's a group, an entire collection of them, and Jin is waging war against all of them. He's just waging war against individuals who can create. Just flat out create. I'm not limiting by saying create all things. I just mean create in general. They are literal, beyond reality individuals. And Jin is out there in space fighting all of them. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy to read this. My goodness. I need a napkin for my drink here. Dang, gotta go for a bit. It's all good. I'll continue still. But Beru is explaining this to Suho with, shadow imagery. My dad is in space protecting our world? And it shows Jin standing there, big old jacket, daggers in hand.
Yes, from the outer gods, also known as Interim.
Iterim.
Also known as Iterim.
Itarim, just in case my voice for Beru makes it trickier to understand.
Yes, from the outer gods, also known as Iterim. The Iterim have sent their forces to invade and conquer our world.
And it shows Beru tearing through numerous creatures all on his own.
On my way into this dimension, I myself slew hordes of their kind. The gates and the monsters that have appeared in this world are most likely a result of this war.
And then Suho is just silently listening on. Then, is my mom out there with him?
What?
They both disappeared on the same day, so I assume they were together. And Beru shuts up and he looks like he's getting nervous as he goes,
What? Lady Heian is missing? Lady Heian is missing?
Wait.
Interim! This is no doubt some evil scheme hatched by the Interim's forces on Earth!
So, Beru had no idea that Cha Heian was missing. At all. So these Iterim are the ones behind all this? They're the reason my parents can't return home? And Beru's silent.
Do you wish to see them?
Of course. I've been all alone for so many years.
Then you have only one choice. Your father will be unable to return to Earth for some time.
And then it shows Beru, I think, making something appear in his fingers.
That means you must grow stronger in order to find and rescue Lady Heian. You must level up!
As he conjures up this shadow key. Ooh! He conjures up this shadow key.
Notification. A quest has arrived. Quest info. Quest. Trial of the Shadow. You are the son of the great Shadow Monarch, born with great powers, but your powers will remain sealed until you prove yourself worthy of wielding them. Enter the Shadow Dungeon to prove your worth.
And Suho is just holding this Shadow Dungeon key.
Item. Key to the Shadow Dungeon. Difficulty unknown. Category. A key that grants access to the Shadow Dungeon. This key can be used on Sung Suho's shadow.
Use that key to open your shadow, young master.
And Suho is standing in front of a wall where his shadow is illuminated on the wall itself. And then he sticks his key into his shadow on the wall, and the key goes into his shadow, and then he twists it. He twists the key, and it opens up into a portal.
Enter the shadows to reclaim the power that is rightfully yours, young master.
And Beru is just telling him this while he's standing in front of this giant gaping electricity cracking hole that's in this mind you, he's still in the hospital. And Suho is standing there as this power just emanates from it. I don't know if I believe any of this. All this talk about space and a war with the gods, the Shadow Monarch. It all sounds like nonsense. But, and then it shows Suho putting on some clothes. If getting stronger means seeing my family again, as it shows the face of Jin. No, it shows the shadowed over face of Cha Hae-in, and it obscures one part of Jin's face where you can just barely make out his mouth and the bottom half of his chin. If getting stronger means seeing my family again, I'll level up as many times as it takes. And then Suho, with that resolve, that same resolve that his father had. Beru, he just looks like he's preparing to go in the gate, and then Beru's just looking silently.
My king.
And then we have Jin. We cut to him, to Jin speaking to Beru. Beru, go to Earth and release Suho from his seal.
Do you mean the young Master Seal?
And Jin is sitting in this giant, awesome-looking chair.
Do you mean the young Master Seal?
Yes. There's a chance that the Iterim forces have reached Earth. Return Suho's powers and memories so that he can defend Earth on his own. Ooh, just hearing Jin speak. No, not putting on clothes. He just unbuttoned his shirt, lift his sleeves up. Oh, okay. I misconstrued that. I thought he had hospital clothes on, but no, he's just laying in his regular clothes. He's just laying in his regular clothes? Huh, okay. But Jin speaking. Ooh, it feels good to speak as Jin again. It's been so long. I may not be no Alex Lee, but you know. Return Suho's powers and memories so that he can defend Earth on his own. As for what happens afterward, I will permit you to act upon your own judgment. And Beru just thinks back to that.
The monarch has entrusted all matters to my own judgment. Then...
And Beru's thinking back to when he had saved Suho.
I, Beru, will choose to remain by young Master's side and look after him as he grows.
As Suho prepares to go into the gate. And then the gate swirls, and then it closes. And then Suho walks through it.
This is the land of the dead, where no living creature may enter with the permission of its master. This is the Shadow Dungeon!
And it shows, basically, a dark, shadowy version of the world. This looks like Seoul. Yeah, this looks like Seoul, Korea. Except that it's incredibly dilapidated. There's overgrowth everywhere. The entire sky is purplish white with hints of purple. It's really purplish white, basically to emulate the colors of Shadow Soldiers themselves. But it's just this destroyed city. To be continued. Woo! That's chapter 4. Onwards to chapter 5.
This is the land of the dead, where no living creature may enter with the permission of its master. This is the Shadow Dungeon!
Solo leveling, chapter 5. So this is the Shadow Dungeon. It looks more like an abandoned city than a dungeon. I'm not exactly sure why. As mind you, Suho ain't got no shoes on. He still got them hospital slippers on. At least he ain't walking around in shoes with no socks on. I got an issue with that. But there's something really familiar about this place. And then the notification sign pops up in front of Suho.
Quest info. Quest survival. The inhabitants of the Shadow Dungeon will never accept a weak ruler like yourself. Prove yourself by surviving until the timer runs out. Require time, 4 hours. Time remaining, 4 hours.
I have to survive out here for 4 hours?
Be vigilant, young master! Your trial has begun!
My trial? As it shows a creature jumping down on top of Suho. Looks like a goblin. As Suho dodges out of the way, and with a simple dodge, he also kicks this creature, this goblin-looking creature, straight into the air. Where'd you come from? Goblin Scout. And the Goblin Scout appears to only be like slightly winded after being kicked by Suho, but no lasting damage. A Goblin Scout?
A scout means that others may be nearby.
Then I'll finish him off before he can alert them.
Young master, it's true that goblins are one of the weaker monsters, but I must advise caution.
This guy's name isn't displayed in color. That means he can't be stronger than me. As Suho runs up to this goblin who looks like he's about to blow into this horn. And before the goblin can do anything, Suho just no! He just chops him directly into the wrist. Chops it directly into the wrist, making it drop the axe it was holding. Take that same axe. You have acquired item, Goblin Stone Axe, and proceeds to split this Goblin Scout directly in the skull.
You have defeated a Goblin Scout.
See? The name of anything stronger than me is displayed in color.
Oh, I see.
Then there's a boom, or more like a as it shows another goblin that has a horn on top of a light fixture, and it's calling for reinforcements. So there was more than one scout. And then more goblins walk in, and we get a goblin centurion that looks like it's dressed up in like a semi-samurai armor. It has these, I want to say either this is braids in its hair or it's like extensions on its neck that looks like a string of beads or something. Either it's coming from its hair or it's attached to his ears. But we get Goblin Centurion, Goblin Commander, and even more goblins walking in. You're gonna help me, right?
As much as I wish I could, young master, I am unable to replenish my mana this far from your father, so I must conserve my strength. Besides, my aid would result in greatly reduced experience for you, young master.
So basically, you're not gonna help. As he's just basically surrounded by an entire city of goblins. And they all bear down on him. Maybe I should give this a try. And energy starts to creep up around his hand as it also starts to emanate from the axe. And the axe suddenly flies from the head of the goblin he killed, and it flies through the air into Suho's hand, allowing him to essentially telekinetically control it and use it as like a chakram and slice through the necks of numerous goblins in an instant. I saw this skill in my status window. Activating it feels like I gained an invisible hand, and he's just telekinetically holding the axe.
Skill, the Commander's Authority, Level 1. Active skill, no mana required. The user can physically manipulate objects without touching them.
No mana required, just infinite telekinesis. You need a cheat code for that in old PlayStation 2 games. Just infinite power. Or a high alchemy skill in Elder Scrolls.
The user can physically manipulate objects without touching them.
And Suho dodges out of the way and grabs an arrow that looks like it was meant for him. Looks like they even have archers. I think this is yours. And Suho, with his own ingenuity, makes a telekinetic bow. Like he just does it in the action of shooting a bow and he launches that very same arrow at the goblin, implanting it way into its head, killing it instantly.
He's adapting so quickly. Looking after your young master as a child was like witnessing a legend unfold.
And it shows Beru taking care of Suho, as Suho, as a child, was using Commander's authority back then, when he was still in diapers, causing his toys to float, his bottle to float, his building blocks to float, even make himself float.
He inherited the commander's authority from his father and could wield it with ease from a young age. However, this power was created for nothing but pure destruction. It served no purpose in a peaceful world.
And it shows Suho as he was growing up with this shadowy power in his body, but he really couldn't do anything with it at such an age.
But now that the forces of the Iterim have invaded,
and it shows the goblins again. And Suho just slicing through all of these goblins, through their heads and their legs as well.
the time has finally come for the young master to let his true powers shine.
Notification. Level up.
Looks like the commander's authority only lets me manipulate objects up to 10 kilograms. And then all of a sudden, Suho finds himself getting stabbed in the back, well, really, stabbed in the lower left side, by one of these goblins. And then all of a sudden, this same snickering goblin finds his face being broken in half by Suho just swinging his arm and smashing it in the nose, shattering teeth and face.
Young master!
And Suho still has the knife still in his side. And then all the goblins get nervous as another figure appears behind them with such a presence that, you know, like I said, the goblins get nervous. And it's the Goblin Centurion as he starts walking forward.
HP 160 out of 190.
And Suho starts taking the dagger out of his side. That hurt. And all the rest of the goblins, all the smaller ones, they start launching towards Suho again. But... And then he takes the same knife and looks like he throws it directly in the path of the Goblin Centurion, slicing and decapitating many goblin scouts in the process. And this same dagger hits the Centurion square in the chest. But I've never felt more alive than I do now. And it just shows the glistening face of Suho. And then Suho proceeds to just slice through all of these different goblins, but he's also defending himself as well as his health starts to go down more and more.
HP 118 out of 190.
And Suho continues to just beat up all of these goblins. So many decapitations!
HP 84 out of 190.
And he keeps going, using that same knife and using Commander's authority to telekinetically pull it to his hand over and over and over again.
HP 53 out of 190.
And Suho continues to use that same dagger, but it also looks like it's starting to chip as well. And there are other goblins, and is still dealing with the Centurion, because the Centurion isn't dead. He still just has the knife still in his chest. And Suho is still steadily fighting all of these goblins while in hospital slippers.
Notification. You have learned skill tenacity level 1. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up.
Endless leveled up. And then the next panel shows blood of the goblins. Numerous goblin bodies. The dead Goblin Centurion. And Suho sitting on top of a destroyed car.
Notification. Remaining time 0. You have completed the quest.
That was amazing! I had no doubt you would pass this trial with flying colors.
And he's and, you know, little itty bitty Beru is just clapping his hands with Suho going, I can't believe you really didn't help me at all.
Notification. Your quest rewards have arrived. Will you accept the rewards? Yes or no?
Yes.
The following rewards have been delivered. Reward. Runestone. Shadow Extraction.
Shadow Extraction. A runestone? And if I use this, I can gain a skill called Shadow Extraction? And that's when Beru gets reminded of the very power that brought him into being, that Jin had before.
Oh, he has received Shadow Extraction.
I also got a skill called tenacity while I was fighting. When I awakened, I didn't just get the level up system. I got new skills. And it shows Suho's body underneath his shirt, and he's incredibly ripped.
Skill, tenacity, level 1. Passive skill, no mana required. You have indomitable tenacity. Your physical defense is increased by 20%.
Compared to how I was before I awakened, I'm pretty overpowered now. Leveling up heals my injuries as well. Because the same spot he got stabbed in, it's nowhere to be seen, because after leveling up, it pretty much just reset his body status, while also improving it at the same time.
This leveling system is a modified version of the one your father used in the past. It is a support tool to help in the development of your power. In other words, you thought you were an unawakened civilian, but you were really born with a silver shadow spoon? At least, that's how I'd put it.
Yeah. Anyway, accept reward.
Rune Stone, Shadow Extraction. Break the stone to obtain the skill.
And then Suho is gripping the stone in his hands, and he crushes it.
You have learned Skill, Shadow Extraction. Skill, Shadow Extraction, Level 1. Shadow Authority. No mana required. By extracting mana from a corpse, you are able to create shadow warriors. The chance of failure increases with stronger targets, and as more time passes since the target's death. Available extractions, 0 out of 3.
I can make shadow soldiers?
This skill allows you to create warriors like myself from corpses. Shadow extraction is the skill that allowed the current Shadow Monarch Sung Jin-woo to become who he is today.
Is it like some sort of necromancy? But I need to hunt to get the required corpses, so doesn't that mean I can only control those who are weaker than me? I've heard that summoning skills aren't considered very useful in the hunter community.
Shadow extraction can be used on this target.
Shadow extraction.
Please choose a command to activate skill Shadow Extraction.
I have to set a command for this skill? What a hassle. And Beru's heart is pumping because he's hoping that Suho would say the same thing his father does. Something direct and to the point would be best. And Beru starts, like, his face is getting all hyper and he's getting all excited, going like, "Ah!" And then Suho puts his hand forward. Arise.
Ooh, he just like his daddy. He just like his daddy.
Arise. To be continued. And that's the end of chapter 5. Onwards to chapter 6. Arise. And then a shadow starts to emanate from the goblin centurion. And then a hand gets formed. And then numerous shadow goblins, they all get up. Now, whereas Jin had black and purple, Suho gets like black and light blue. Jin had black and light purple. Suho has black and light blue. And all these different goblins get up.
Shadow Goblin, Level 1. Rank, Common.
So this is shadow extraction. It's not as cool as I thought it'd be. And then all of the goblin soldiers that just got raised by Suho are all like, what?
Shadow warriors are usually a bit weaker than their living counterparts at first.
Do they also get smaller?
Yes.
How much weaker are we talking?
Just a tiny bit?
It also says here that they only last a day.
That can't be! Young master, have you not yet acquired the shadow save skill?
Nope.
The strength of shadow authority is dependent on your level and intelligence stat. You'll see someday just how amazing this skill really is. It's truly an incredible skill.
Okay, I get it. No need to be so disappointed, Beru. And then there's a rumbling sound underneath Suho. Oh, wait. That's his stomach. Oh, right. I haven't eaten anything in 2 days. Beru, how do I get out of here?
You can use the Shadow Dungeon key to come and go as you please.
Okay, then. Should we step out for a meal?
Yes, sir.
Notification. Will you exit the Shadow Dungeon?
No, it was Jin was light blue at first. Was it? Was it? Oh, I feel like it changed color the more Jin was actually using that skill. Okay, so that's how it starts out. Thank you, Blaziken. That's how it starts out.
Will you exit the Shadow Dungeon? Yes or no?
Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 6. I never knew hospital food could taste this good. And Beru's just watching Suho while he's back in his room.
Young master, now would be a good time to debrief you of our plans moving forward. You and I have been entrusted with 3 tasks. First, we must protect this world from the monsters of the Outer Realms.
And then Suho is still eating.
That means we need to hunt monsters in dungeons, right? Correct! Hunting magical beasts will help you level up, and the stronger you become, the safer this world will be, just as your father has said. Second, we must find the missing Lady Heiyin at all costs.
Do you have any idea how we can track down my mother?
If we continue hunting the wretches of the outer world, we are bound to find some clues.
So it's dungeons again.
The third task is perhaps the most important of all. I must reclaim my true powers! I don't want to remain a foot soldier! I want to show you my true power as a marshal!
So that's a personal task for Beru to reach his power that he once had. What do we need to do to reclaim your powers?
I have the ability to absorb another's mana and knowledge through consumption. It isn't very efficient, and I haven't used it since I became a Shadow Warrior. But since I can no longer receive mana from your father, I have no other option. Basically, I must consume something that contains mana.
So, once again, our answer is in the dungeons. And then Suho finishes his food. Shall we start getting ready?
You will require a hunter's license.
Pardon me. I need coasters. Actually, you know what? Let me just finish this drink overall. Yeah, that's definitely going to warp my desk. I have my drink sitting off to the side, not on my mouse pad because I didn't want it to leave a ring. All right, no more distraction.
You will require a hunter's license to access the dungeons. Let us head to the Hunters Association to have your mana level evaluated.
Mana evaluation. I'm an awakened being with the ability to level up. I wonder what my rank will be. What if they say I'm an S rank or something?
Mana level 46.
And we have a woman here who's reading his level out.
You are an E rank hunter.
And, ooh, just like his father. And that's the evaluation that Suho gets. And then Suho leaves.
From what I have heard, a hunter's rank is decided by their mana levels. Since you have been focusing more on developing your strength, it's only natural that your mana levels are low.
I don't need your sympathy. It only makes me feel worse. My shadow authority is weak and I'm basically an E-rank hunter. How am I supposed to protect the world?
Of course you can, because you have the power to level up.
I've heard that E-rank and F-rank hunters have a hard time finding work. Just getting into a dungeon is going to be a hassle. Oh, there might be a way. During a dungeon raid, everyone is assigned a specific duty. There's the strike squad in charge of clearing the dungeon itself. And it shows what the strike squad does. Wow, we haven't seen the red fang lichens in so long. We haven't seen these creatures since Jin went into the subway dungeon for the first time. The collection squad trails behind them to collect the corpses of slain monsters. And they're basically damage control. And the excavation squad, who are in charge of mining the precious resources of the dungeon. Of the three, the collection and excavation squads have no rank requirements. Basically, even E-rank hunters like me can find an opportunity to go inside a dungeon. And it cuts to men pulling this entire tram that's just full of materials inside of this cave. Whew. Thanks for helping me get this job. And Suho is looking over at this individual. I only recently awakened, and you're the only other awakened being I know. Dog Yoon. Oh, it's his teacher! Lim, not Mr. Kim, Mr. Lim. Lim Dog Yoon, teaching assistant at Korea University of Arts, also an E-rank hunter. I'm lucky to have someone like you. I even get to work in a dungeon thanks to you. And Dog Yoon is quiet. Hey, Suho? Yes? I'm sorry for my behavior back on campus. Even though I was the only awakened being there, all I could do was run away like a coward. And he did in fact just run away. And he tried to deflect from, trying to help out. I'm sorry I was so useless. There's no need for that, Dog Yoon. You're an E-rank hunter just like me. According to the Hunters Association, E-rank hunters like you and me should escape as quickly as possible. Oh, wait. According to the Hunters Association, E-rank hunters like you and me should escape as quickly as possible if we see any monsters. Weren't you just following instructions? You're an E-rank? Yep, my mana level's 46, which is low even for an E-rank. You have less mana than me? No way! Because Dog Yoon was there, running, and he saw Suho fighting mist-burned Jong-soo on the rooftop. I swear I saw Suho fighting a monster on the roof that day. Was I just seeing things? And it shows Suho as he continues to mine. Well, if anything, it's even more impressive that he survived a fight with a monster.
Yes, the young master is amazing indeed.
I'm sorry, Beru just having himself there with Suho casually in front of other people? And Dog Yoon just looks at him. Huh? Ah! A monster! Why'd you pop out all of a sudden?
Young master, in your current state, you're no stronger than an ant larva. I am too worried about your safety to leave you on your own.
Did you awaken with a summoning skill? Yeah, I guess so. It's rare for an E-rank hunter to have any skills at all. You lucked out. Brother, you don't know the half of it. Just so you know, my skill is running. Oh, is that why you were so good at running away? I was kidding. I was just kidding, Dog Yoon.
You've completely destroyed him. Well done, young master.
And then... I love Beru in this situation. I love him in this situation.
You've completely destroyed him. Well done, young master.
And Suho looks around. Aside from the shadow dungeon, this is my first time in a dungeon. And he's just looking through the caverns. The strike squad is probably hunting monsters just up ahead. And it shows one of those steel fang lichens. I call them red fang, but I think they're called steel fang lichens. It shows the steel fang lichens again. And one of them is getting stabbed in the neck. This dungeon's a bust.
Seeing as how we've only seen wolf-type monsters, I'm inclined to agree. Wolf hides are pretty much useless.
But we still need to find the old essence stones, odd essence stones and corpses, so we have to check them all.
Don't feel too bad. We still have more dungeon to clear.
Captain! There's something here down this path! See? Oh, This Joker looks like a happy opportunist. Not on the Hwang Dong-suk's level, but I'm getting vibes. And they look into this room, and it's a giant room, as if it's like a... This looks like an altar. Like... This looks like an altar, and it has another path going in another direction with something in place. Like a... What do you call it? It has a name. It has like a... I can't remember it. By the way, Q, you talk like Claptrap. If you're meaning the voice I'm using for Baru,
This is my insect voice.
if I wanted to use Claptrap voice, I got a voice mod for that, but this is
This is my insect voice.
you know, that's my Baru voice.
What is this place?
What's with all these ruins? Maybe we should head back and request some backup?
Well, my detection skill hasn't found any signs of monsters.
Why would all these structures be here if there weren't any monsters? Oh, I got a bad feeling about this place. They're walking towards it, and around this area, this atrium-looking area, is just like red. No, the way you talk. Oh, thank you. And it has these reddish-looking flames around there. Why would all these structures be here if there weren't any monsters?
That's what we're here to find out. You never know. We might find a treasure instead of a boss.
And there's a big old sword sticking in the middle of this atrium. Oh, the way I talk, not the voice itself. I feel like I tend to enunciate my words quite a bit. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. It's been a hot minute since I heard Claptrap's voice because I haven't played Borderlands in a minute. But maybe.
You never know. We might find a treasure instead of a boss.
And it shows a big old sword sticking in the middle of this circular platform. And it's glowing red as well.
Holy crap! I didn't expect to actually find anything.
Whoa! Is that a weapon?
Jackpot, baby.
And they step up to the sword. It's a great sword. It's a very big sword.
We'll have to have it evaluated to be sure, but at first glance, it looks pretty darn valuable. Treasures like these often come with traps, so be
careful.
Move aside. I'll yank it out.
Huh? Young Jun, wait!
Hey, I told you treasures like these usually come
with some sort of trap.
It doesn't matter. I'm a C-rank tank. I can handle it.
And he grabs onto the sword, and it starts outputting red energy immediately. And then all of a sudden, he pulls the sword, and the place where he is has changed locations completely, as if he's went inside of a domain expansion.
What's happening?
And as he says this, teeth. He's in a domain that has changed into like this red, deep red maroon pool of something. I don't know if it's blood or if it's just red water, but teeth come out from in front of him and behind them. And then the teeth chomp and close on top. And then we see numerous eyes popping up all over the place. Blazing yellow eyes. And this dude takes the sword out of the pedestal presently. And one of the other guys goes, I guess there's no trap after all. Hey, Young Jun.
Who dares? Who dares?
Be a little bit more careful next time. And before this dude can say anything, he gets beheaded. He gets beheaded by Young Jun. In an instant. Much to the shock of everyone around him. Nods blood. I just wanted to say, in which chapter am I now? I am on chapter 6. I'm on chapter 6. Yeah, I had a feeling it was blood. I was all like, maybe it's not blood.
No, maybe it's not blood. Maybe it's not blood. Let me be happy. Maybe it's not blood.
No, it was blood. It was blood. And this just adds on to this. Everyone that Young Jun was with just looks in horror as Young Jun has just murdered one of his own.
Who dares covet the Master Fang's blade?
And Young Jun appears to have been completely taken over by whatever inhabits this sword. Because now we just see his eyes, and then multiple eyes going down his face. Who does Joker think he is? You are? To be continued. And that's the end. That's the end of Chapter 6. Onwards to Chapter 7. We're almost halfway there. Chapter 7.
Kill all those who dare trespass the realm of the Fang Monarch.
And everyone that was with Young Jun, they look in horror as the words, kill them. And Young Jun is, apparently we're seeing this from his perspective, as he's chasing after his own teammates, possessed, and he's killing them.
Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them.
And Young Jun looks like he's completely taken over. Teeth have turned into fangs, multiple eyes on the side of his face, slashing apart all of his former friends.
Kill them!
Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 7. Then we cut back to a clanging sound where we got some other workers going, huh? What's that? What kind of summoning skill is that? As Suho is just blatantly using his shadow soldiers, the goblins, to mine for him, much to the surprise of everyone here. What kind of summoning skill is that? Most hunters can summon 1, maybe 2 familiars at most. But Suho summoned 3, 4 if we count the talking ghost. Something's just not adding up here. And then Suho's thinking to himself, there are some downsides to shadow extraction, like how I'm limited to just 3, and how it requires corpses. But since I can use the dead goblins from the shadow dungeon, I can have them handle the physical labor while I rest. Hey, Beru, you were right about shadow extraction after all.
Please refrain from complimenting me while you're using it for such grunt work. The purpose of entering this dungeon was to level up.
But it's against the rules for an E-rank hunter like me to enter the dungeon alone.
If you don't focus, the newbie's going to get all the crystals. Let's show him why experience matters.
Since the hunter ranking system is fairly new, there are lots of errors with the mana evaluations. So I'm thinking of going in for a second evaluation after I get my mana levels up. Also, you remember our third task, right? We should work on that while we're here.
Are you talking about replenishing my strength?
You said that you can recover by eating anything with mana, right? There's mana in the crystal shards scattered all across the ground, isn't there?
Young master, you can't mean...
You can't help with the mining, so you might as well go off and start eating the crystal crumbs. And Beru is offended that Suho told him go eat some crystal crumbs and that can help you get some of your mana levels back. This is not what Beru meant, though. But all of a sudden, Beru's antenna flinch.
Young master!
What now?
I just felt the presence of another monarch!
A monarch? You mean my dad?
No, there are many different monarchs. If it were the monarch of shadows, my power would have been replenished in an instant. Judging by this beast-like smell.
And there's a growl coming from further down in the tunnel, away from the rest of the mining crew. It's just like a growl, like.
What was that? It sounds so definitely coming from the direction of the strike squad.
Then we see multiple eyes. Not just multiple eyes on the face of Youngjun, but I mean multiple sets of eyes in different spots. And they flash. And we get more creatures walking through, and it's the Steel Fang Lycans! Monsters! How'd they even get back here? Run! And one of the miners tries to use his pickaxe and swings it wildly, going, stay away! And the Lycan bites onto the axe and completely snaps it in half. I mean the metal part, not the wood part. It just crushes the metal part in its jaws. With this mining dude looking mad confused and kind of crying his eyes out. Help! And as he says this, Suho comes in and brings his axe down before this guy gets eaten. And then that's the sound that the Lycan makes when it gets hit. Suho! I'll buy you some time. Get outside. Thanks, kid. And he runs off as Suho stays behind. And then Suho is glancing, and he sees the name of all of these things. And just like I said, because I remembered the name of this creature, Steel-Fanged Lycan. Their names are in orange. That means they're about the same as that D-rank Mistburn I fought back on campus. I wouldn't have a problem beating them on my own. That is, if I were on my own. Because Dongyun is staying behind. He's just there with Suho. You know, complicating things. Why are you sticking around? Go away. Dongyun, you should escape with the others. But then you'll be here alone helping everyone else escape. I'm not gonna leave you behind like I did last time. Okay, then back me up if it looks like I need help. Goblin Trio, protect Dongyun. Now, mind you, it says Dongyun here, but then it says Dongyun in the next speech bubble here. Dongyun, I want to say Dongyun. Goblin Trio, protect Dongyun. Inventory, and it shows the inventory of Suho. I have the goblin weapons I collected from the Shadow Dungeon. These should be better than a pickaxe. And he just summons a weapon in his hand. He can summon weapons? What exactly is the summoning skills of yours, Suho? And then Suho dashes forward as he prepares to face off against the Steel Fang Lycans just like his daddy. And while one of the Lycans thinks they're just going to bite down on the knife, bite down on the weapon itself, Suho proceeds to cut this thing from mouth all the way to the back of its body in one swift stroke.
You have defeated a Steel-Fanged Lycan.
And not only is Dongyun is shocked, but the Goblin Trio are just like, they know what's up. They know how strong he is. And Suho goes, arise. And he uses his shadow extraction. He uses his shadow extraction on one of the Lycans, causing one of the Goblin Trio to just immediately dissipate. And from this Lycan's body pops up a brand new Shadow Lycan that bites down and starts killing the other ones while Suho is, defending himself against another Steel Fang Lycan.
Oh, young master, you finally got accustomed to using Shadow Authority in battle.
Neither extraction nor summoning requires mana. If I can increase my mana and the number of shadow extractions, I could probably raise an army. Now, where have we heard that before? Well then, should I create one more? As he stabs one Lycan straight through the head with another knife.
You have defeated a Steel-Fanged Lycan.
Arise, causing another member of the Goblin Trio to dissipate, while another Steel Fang Lycan. Well, also, before we even get to the Steel Fang Lycan come up, because I'm just going off on assumption, one goblin is left, and he's just looking around going, sad that he just lost his shadow friends.
You have defeated a Steel-Fanged Lycan.
And the goblin is looking more and more sad, knowing that he's probably going to disappear. He's probably going to disappear in favor of the new shadow lichen that's about to pop up. He's got tears in his eyes, crying that is like, no, I'm about to go.
Notification. Level up.
Arise. And Suho summons yet another shadow lichen. Suho, you. And that's when Suho realizes, there's no way an E-rank hunter could fight like this. Not to mention you can resurrect dead monsters. Oops, I got carried away. How do I explain all this? But I really am in E-rank. He is so bad at lying. Could Suho be one of those false rankers who lie about their true strength?
Bing! Notification. A quest has arrived. Quest info. Urgent quest. Defeat the enemy. There is a presence nearby who harbors murderous intent towards the player. Ensure your survival by slaying this entity. Active enemies. 1. Enemies defeated. 0.
This has got to be Young Yu. Young Yu? Yeah, it's got to be Young Yu. A quest? I just have to defeat one enemy? But I already killed all the wolves, so does that mean there's something else out there? And someone steps out of the darkness, walking towards Suho and Dongyun. Huh? Aren't you with the strike squad? And we see the same the same Young Yoon, walking into the view, but we don't see his face because it's obscured by shadow. And he still has that sword in hand. Ah, thank goodness! All those monsters just appeared out of nowhere. I thought we were done for. Do you know what's happening? Dogyun, wait! Watch out! And we see the eyes of Young light up. Huh? As he goes to kill Dogyun. And Suho manages to grab him at the last possible second, where only his glasses are away from his face, and it gets sliced through by Young sword. And the sword itself finds itself embedded in the ground, breaking the ground underneath. Wolf Army! Attack! And all of Suho's steel-fanged lichens start attacking the possessed Yongyun. Dang it. Is it another hunter gone mad? Is turning hunters into monsters some new is it another hunter gone mad? Is turning hunters into monsters some new trend? And the color of that name, the Fang of Laken, possessed. A name in red can only mean it's a dangerous monster. I saw for myself just how strong they were back on campus. The sensible thing to do now is take Dogyun and make a run for it. But, Beru, that thing isn't on par with my dad, right? Oh, no you don't. Oh, no you don't. No you don't. Load this image. Load it, thank you. Beru, that thing isn't on par with my dad, right?
He has a similar energy, but he is far from a monarch. Still, he is too much for you to handle as of now.
Good to know.
Young master, you're not...
You told me that the system was designed to aid my development, right? Then it must have given me this quest because it believes that I have a chance. Welcome back, kitty. We are on chapter 7. We are almost halfway done. Then it must have given me this quest because it believes that I have a chance. And Suho starts dropping all of these weapons around him. If I want to see my parents again, I have to become stronger, no matter what. That means... As it shows, the next panel, it shows the possessed Yongyun slicing through all of his lichens. And with a very crazed look on his face. And then it shows Suho brandishing all brandishing two like weapons in his hands while he has all the rest of them just around him.
That means if I can kill this thing, I'll level up faster.
To be continued. That's the end of chapter 7. Yeah, that's the end of chapter 7. Onwards to chapter 8. We have now reached the halfway mark. I've been going for how long? 2 hours and 48 minutes. 2 hours and 48 minutes. That's how long I've been going for. Let's keep going. And it shows, it does a recap, and it shows the possessed Young-yoon slicing through his lichens, his crazed face, Suho brandishing his knives and weapons.
If I can kill this thing, I'll level up faster.
Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 8.
Young master. He must have been pushed to his limits countless times, yet he never runs away.
Well, I'm out. See you. All right, Cohagen. It was great having you here. Hopefully you enjoyed pretty much all of the chapters thus far. And I hope you'll be able to enjoy it later if you watch this later. So you have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm going to keep going.
He must have been pushed to his limits countless times, yet he never runs away. He might still have a long way to go, but I can already see my master in him.
That's wholesome.
The blade is controlling that monster. If you slice his arms to separate him from his host, he shouldn't be able to move.
Is that so?
And then the possessed Young-yoon twitches. And then he flips around as it shows the lichens bearing down on him again. And one bites into his sword.
Whoa, feeding them mana made them rise again.
Shadow warriors are spiritual beings. They can recover from anything as long as they have mana. Behold, the power of the Shadow Warrior!
And as he says this, these lichens are getting sliced apart over and over and over again. So, you were saying?
This only happened because you still lack the required mana.
How?
And then a voice rings out going, how? And then Suho's eyes widen as we cut to this dude possessed.
How can such a lowly creature wield the Shadow Monarch's power?
And he's holding his sword straight towards Suho.
Huh? He could talk?
What? How dare you speak to the Shadow Monarch's heir in such an insolent manner?
The Shadow Monarch's heir? I never thought I'd meet you here. You are the sworn enemy of the Fang Monarch!
As he's saying this, a knife goes flying straight through this dude's face. Straight towards, not through his face, straight towards the dude's face, and he immediately swipes it away like he's Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. He just swats it away. Not even with his sword, he just does it with like his bare hand. He just knocks it away.
Let's see what we're both made of.
And Suho is telekinetically calling weapons to his hands again. Commander's authority, ruler's authority, whichever translation you like to have for that name. They're so OP. Being able to telekinetically lift objects, that's awesome. And they both start, and he starts throwing weapons at this dude possessed, and he's deflecting everything.
You blocked that pretty well. I guess that's why your name's in red. Well then.
And he grabs another weapon as this dude possessed roars at him.
Let's try overwhelming him with numbers.
And, okay, this dude is Suho's very adept with using Commander's authority. As he makes all of these weapons just fly into the air and they start going towards this dude possessed who's using his speed to slice through every single one of them. So he is, in fact, fast.
Young master was born to wield the Commander's authority.
However,
And it shows all of these weapons being broken one after the other, with this dude looking even more crazed and roaring. And Suho is holding some of his last weapons, and they get broken instantly by this guy. He destroyed the goblin weapon in just one blow. And it looks like he's bearing down on Suho's face. How am I supposed to defend myself now? And he's dodging out of this guy's... He's dodging away from this guy to keep from getting hit by him. If he lands even a single blow on me, I'm dead. This is the same thought process he had with Jong-soo. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it'll get for me.
Is that all you can do? Run away like a coward! How long do you plan to hide behind your shadow warriors? Is the Shadow Monarch nothing but a coward? That son of a...
And then as he says this, Suho gets ticked off. And he's still telekinetically wielding this dagger going, you just crossed the line by bringing my dad into this. He's provoking me, but I can't bring myself to approach him. As Suho is dodging out of the way, I'll be in and out. Hey, if you feel like you gotta leave in order for you to rest, do so. Because I'm gonna see this through until I get to the very last chapter, which is episode 15. Actually, yeah, we are more than halfway through. So as soon as we hit the 10s, we're only gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We basically have 7 more chapters after this. I'm gonna read them all. But if you gotta head out in order to rest and do whatever you gotta do, by all means do so. This will be up later. For all of you. Suho dodges out of the way of a hit. Darn it. If only I had more power. And this cuts back to when Suho was speaking to Beru. Hey, Beru. If my seal's been released, where's all that power I had when I was climbing that tower?
You were an infant when your powers were sealed, so you've only recovered the power you already had when you were sealed.
So he's not able to access the full amount of power he had from the tower. He only has the amount of power from the point where he was sealed at.
The power you had when you climbed the tower is certainly enough to rival the Iterim. But the tower lies in a realm that is neither dream nor reality. That was a test to see if you would be able to handle your talents. And whether you passed the test or not, the physical strength you had then was always meant to disappear.
Are you saying it was all just a game after all?
Your experiences at the tower were not meaningless. Were not meaningless. Try to remember how you felt back then. Your lust for combat.
I definitely remember how I felt back then. As he's dodging away from this dude possessed. Back at the tower, I mostly fought with my fists. If I at least had that gauntlet.
Shadow warriors are spiritual beings. They can recover from anything as long as they have mana.
And that's when Suho realizes. Come to think of it, Beru can change his form at will.
Young master!
So that means... Arise! And... He causes his shadow lichens to pop up again.
Another one of your tricks. Haven't you learned your lesson? Your cheap tricks don't work on me. I'll cleave you in half before you can try anything.
And he bears down on Suho. And then it shows the lichens as they start to dissipate. They start to form around... They start to congregate around Suho's hands. And then there's a massive clang sound as this possessed dude brings his sword down. And he's smiling, but he's shocked to see that not only did his sword fail to hit the mark, but his sword that has sliced through everything was stopped. The steel-fanged lichen. Well, this certainly lives up to its name, as Suho has changed the shadow lichens into his own personal gauntlets. That's sick! That is so cool! Okay, gotta go. I'm very happy Solo Leveling is back on this channel by Julian. It was great having you here. I told you guys this was going to be a long one. I knew it was going to be a long one, but thank you guys for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. It's great having you here. Solo Leveling is back, baby! I'm gonna keep going, though. But y'all have anyone who has to leave, y'all have a fantastic rest of your day.
Steel Fanged Lycan, Level 1. Transformation. Gauntlet. Notification. Skill Shadow Extraction has leveled up. Skill Shadow Extraction Level 2. Transformation. Shadow Authority. No mana required. You are able to transform your Shadow Warriors into different forms.
Oh, that's sick. And he repels away this possessed dude's sword with his new gauntlets. With these, I can take you head to head. I can take you head to head. And they just start clashing with each other, with Suho fully embracing, I'm about to run these pockets real quick. And Baru's just looking in amazement.
My goodness. He has weaponized the Shadow Warrior. The Shadow Monarch has transcended all levels and now stands at the pinnacle of shadow manipulation.
And it shows Jin when he had extra long hair, when he went on that full-on vendetta to just eradicate all of the monarchs before he reset the world.
But young Master has only just attained this skill. His ability shouldn't even be worth comparing. Yet he managed to break into the next level of Shadow Authority all by himself. The battle instincts he has demonstrated. The way he wields the commander's authority like he was born to it.
And it also shows while he's fighting, Suho summons like another weapon to come and hit this dude in the back of the head to distract him.
And the way he figured out how to use Shadow Authority.
While the dude is distracted, Suho is coming in with a strong right.
My master.
And when that happens, Suho lands a super solid hit on his chest, sending him flying deep into the tunnel with a strong kaboom! And the dust starts to settle, and possessed dudes gets right back up again. Furious, even. And Suho dashes, and he picks up all the broken pieces of all the weapons that he's used this entire time, and they all come out of the ground, and they all start flying with him.
Young Master!
And it shows all of these weapons surrounding this guy. And dude starts getting massacred by all these weapons. In the process, has his whole right arm cut off. The same one holding the sword.
Young Master!
And then it shows Suho, after slicing through the guy's hand, slicing off his hand, he's holding these weapons with his gauntlets just surrounding him.
Is a true prodigy!
To be continued. And that is it for Chapter 8. Onwards to Chapter 9. Number of enemies to defeat, 0. And then there's splatter. There's a blood splatter coming from Yongyun.
Number of enemies defeated, 1.
As this dude basically not only dies, but his body just disintegrates.
Notification. You have completed urgent quest. Defeat your enemies.
And the dude's hand is just laying in a pool of blood right next to the sword itself. And multiple level ups occur. While multiple level ups occur. Oh, no. He didn't disappear. He didn't disappear. The sword itself disappears and dissipates. Right? No, it didn't. It didn't. The spirit that was on him. The thing that was possessing him, that disappears. Sorry, I had to correct myself. Let me do that before I get anyone in the comments saying it. What was possessing him, that disappears into nothing. And it shows this dude's arm laying on the ground. Suho levels up, And Beru is there healing this guy's arm stump. Like, 'cause you just got sliced off, so Beru's healing it. I finished giving him first aid. I'm glad I could resolve it without killing him. I was worried when I saw that his name was in red, but fortunately it was nothing I couldn't handle.
I did not doubt for a second that you would rise victorious.
You're a terrible liar. But it was a nice opportunity to try out my new battle technique, so I guess it was well worth it. Learning that he can transform his shadow soldiers into personal armor and weapons for himself. Shall we check the rewards?
Bling! Your quest rewards have arrived. Will you accept the rewards?
I need to stretch a little bit. Because I've been sitting in this position for like going on 3 hours. I may need to stand up and stretch a little bit.
Your quest rewards have arrived. Will you accept the rewards? Yes or no?
Yes.
Quest rewards. The following reward has been delivered. Reward, Runestone, Slashing Storm. You have learned Skill, Slashing Storm. Skill, Slashing Storm, Level 1. Active skill, 50 mana required. The power of a raging storm has been imbued in your blade. You are able to attack multiple enemies at once.
A skill. Just the reward I was hoping for. I already instinctively understand how this skill works. Well then, should I go for a test run? And Suho starts using Commander's authority, and he goes, let's see, where can I find a weapon? And he's looking at, in the vicinity, is that same sword that possessed the other guy.
How humiliating. To think that I was defeated by none other than the heir of the Shadow Monarch. But it's not over yet. The greed of humans knows no bounds. That's right. The moment you take me in your hand, I will swallow you whole.
And it looks like Suho is preparing to pick up the sword, and he grabs the sword, but nothing happens, much to the sword's surprise.
You have acquired item, the Fang of Laken.
And the sword loses that evil red aura it had coursing through it, and now has changed blue. It certainly looks better than a goblin weapon.
I have inherited the authority of the Fang Monarch. There should be no human that I cannot enslave.
Now, let's test out that new skill.
Blessing. The great spellcaster Candiaru's blessing. The great spellcaster Candiaru has gifted you a special blessing. As long as you have Candiaru's blessing, you will live a strong and healthy life. Permanent effect. Health and longevity. You are immune to all diseases and poisons. Your recovery rate will receive a massive boost while you sleep.
Showing that whatever the sword tried to do to Suho, it essentially is counted as a poison or a disease. And thus, Suho is completely immune to the possessive effects of this sword. And Suho uses a Slashing Storm with this sword.
Skill Slashing Storm has been activated.
And Suho demolishes the entire area with this new skill. And we see the imprint of how deep the cuts are in the stone itself. It's a bit troublesome that it consumes so much mana, but I really like how destructive it is. And Barrow's just looking going,
Young master, I don't recall such enthusiastic reaction to your shadow extraction skill. Shadow extraction is 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times better than this skill.
He doesn't want Suho to feel like he'll just abandon him or think that something is cooler than Barrow. And then we get Dogyun, who's like starting to wake up. Oh, Mr. Leem, you're awake! As he hides the sword behind him with the tip of the sword poking from behind his shoulder. Suho? What on earth happened? It's kind of a long story. Can I tell you on our way out? Ah! As Dogyun wakes up right next to the possessed hunter. Chapter 9. And then we cut to the outside of the gate. I'll go check if there are any more survivors in the dungeon. All right. And he goes towards the gate again. An E-rank hunter with a summoning skill. It's like the unlikeliest of unlikely cases. How can Suho be so strong? And he's just looking in the direction of where Suho is. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter right now. And it's cutting to people who got out of the dungeon, with them, some of them calling their families. Don't worry, I'm all right. What's happening? The important thing is that Suho saved all these people. And then we cut back to some more lichens again. And Suho is just bodying every single one of them because he's got his preferred weapons of choice, his shadow gauntlets on, and he's just beating up every single one of them.
You have defeated a steel-fanged lichen. Level up.
There are a lot of wolf-type monsters left in here.
You can't miss out on any opportunity to gain experience points.
You know, finally the time has come. Die tabs? Yes, it has. We are currently, I've been reading every chapter. I'm reading all the way up until the 15th chapter, so we're pretty much halfway through. So I'm getting there. Once I'm done, I'm resting though, because I've been reading since like, what? 2? I want to say 2 o'clock. So yeah, I'm going to keep reading until I catch up on all the chapters that are available right now.
You can't miss out on any opportunity to gain experience points.
Hey, by the way, why has your attack power gotten so low?
Huh. Did you really think I'd cooperate with the Shadow Monarch's heir?
Item. The Fang.
Yes! Item descriptions! Oh, this is just singing to the gamer in me.
Item. The Fang of Lakin. Acquisition difficulty, unknown. Category, sword. Attack power, plus 30. Plus 5, depending on ability. A blade made from the Fang of Lakin. The king. Did I say Lycan? I meant to say Lakin. The blade made by the Fang of Lakin, the king of beasts. Because the spirit of Lakin resides in this sword, a lesser being may lose their body to a spiritual possession while trying to wield this weapon. Effect. Contempt towards the weak. Opponent is frozen in fear for 1 minute. All abilities decrease minus 50%. Buff. Fatal wound. 15% chance of increasing attack power by 100% or more to deal a fatal attack.
A skill can only be activated when facing a weaker opponent. How disgraceful.
And Beru is just tapping on the sword, trying to antagonize him.
Disgraceful. In the wild, hunters do not go seeking prey that is stronger than they are.
And yet you were defeated by the young master, who is weaker than you.
That's...
A talking blade and a talking bug. Things are starting to get a bit chaotic. And Suho's looking at all the crystals that got mined out here. And he goes in the direction of where this sword was taken. Also to where those other members of this crew were murdered by the other guy. And he just sees all of them dead.
There are no survivors, young master.
All those who dare trespass on these grounds shall be slain by my hand. It is my sworn duty to defend the sanctuary of the Fang Monarch.
And then Suho grabs the sword and then shoves it directly into the ground. Not even into the pedestal where it was before. He just shoves it into the ground. Just shut up for a minute.
Shadow extraction can be used on this subject.
Oh, he's using shadow extraction on the soldiers, on the hunters. Is it also possible to extract shadows from humans?
You may turn any corpse into a shadow warrior under your command.
And he's silent. He puts his hand out as if he's about to raise them. And then all he does is just pick up their bodies so they can be taken out. Ooh, that speaks volumes. He doesn't just instantly think, I can turn these people into my own personal soldiers. like his dad, he still has his humanity where he doesn't see humans as just aspects that he can just turn into tools. They're still people, and they require a proper burial. I like that. He didn't even have to say anything, and I can tell that's the reason why he's doing that.
Huh? Will you not be using shadow extraction, young master?
No. It's cruel to force them to keep fighting even after death.
Young master.
And even the Fang of Laken is silent. And I guess he pretty much gets all of the bodies inside of this carrying cart because he looked at the crystal shards, and he dumped them all out so he could have a way of getting the bodies outside. And he covers them, just already turning red from all of the blood. Beru, you mentioned that this is the sanctuary of a monarch, right?
I did indeed.
So my father is a monarch, and you said he killed another master too. What exactly is a master? Do they have anything to do with the Iterum?
The Iterum are the sworn enemies of my master, while the other monarchs used to be the sworn enemies of my master, to put matters simply. Including your father, there are 9 monarchs in total. Your father, the great Sung Jin-woo, is the king of the dead, the Shadow Monarch. And there are also other monarchs, the king of beasts, the Fang Monarch, the king of insects, the Plague Monarch.
Oh, right. Fang of the Beast Monarch. That's his name? I don't think we ever got his name. You know, the same dude that pretty much was the cause of Jin activating his second heart that allowed him to fully access the powers of Ashbourne. That's his name, Laken? I didn't know. Now I can completely confirm that this sword belonged to him. No wonder the dude was just like fully berserk and beast-like. I thought there's some similarities, but there's no way it could be the same guy. No, it's the same guy.
The king of beasts, the Fang Monarch, the king of insects, the Plague Monarch.
You know, K-Resha. Yeah, we never got his name. Now we got his name. Laken, the Beast Monarch. King of Beasts, the Fang Monarch, Beast Monarch, or Fang Monarch now.
The king of beasts, the Fang Monarch, the king of insects, the Plague Monarch,
K-Resha.
The king of magical beings, the Iron-Bodied Monarch.
I don't think we got his name either. Or either we did and I completely forgot it because he got bodied by Jin fairly quickly.
The king of demons, the White Flame Monarch,
Baron.
The king of giants, the primal Monarch.
I'm trying to remember his name. Legia. Or is it Regia? I think it was either Legia or Regia. I think it was Legia. Legia, the king of giants.
The king of the ice people, the Blizzard Monarch. The king of the magical spirits, the Illusion Monarch. And finally, the king of dragons, the Destruction Monarch,
Antares.
Ooh, I haven't seen that face in years. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen Antares' face in years.
The 9 monarchs each possessed a power beyond imagination. However, the 8 others were all slain by the Shadow Monarch's hand when they invaded Earth.
By my father?
That's right. The Shadow Monarch is the murderer of my lord, the Fang Monarch.
Oh, wait. Hold on. This is still Beru speaking, right? Oh, okay. That was Beru speaking at first. And then the sword speaks up.
That's right. The Shadow Monarch is the murderer of my lord, the Fang Monarch. Therefore, he is my sworn enemy. Had I my full powers, I would have torn you apart, Shadow Heir.
It's Legia? Okay, it's Legia. I had a feeling it was Legia. Because Regia sounds like something that goes from... Because, you know, when it comes to L's and names with L's, you know, Monkey D. Luffy is Monkey D. Rufy. or Mugiwara no Ruffy, not Mugiwara no Luffy. So yeah, that was just the translation there, but it is Legia. So I just wanted, thank you for the double confirmation, Blaziken.
Had I my full powers, I would have torn you apart, Shadow Heir, and fed you to the wolves.
And Suho is silent. Hey, I know where you're coming from. My father fought the other monarchs to protect our world, just like how you tried to defend this place from invaders. You both had to make certain choices in order to protect what was precious to you. But I am a bit bothered by the fact that the only reason you have to fight me is because I'm his heir. If your duty is to defend this place, wouldn't it be foolish to show hostility to my father? After all, not even the Fang Monarch could defeat him.
What?
I want to reunite with my parents, but these invaders from the other realms are preventing me from meeting them. If it means I can see my parents again, I don't care who I have to team up with. If the Iterim invade, this place won't be spared either. If you help me, I'll help you keep this place safe. And the blade is silent.
Joining forces with the Shadow Monarch's heir?
And Suho grabs him. How does it sound?
The Shadow and Fang uniting forces to fight a common enemy.
Oh wait, the Shadow and Fang uniting forces to fight a common enemy. And then it switches to another location. A very bright location outside. And it cuts to people. It cuts to people outside of a cafe. And then it cuts to... is that Dogyun? As he's speaking to someone. Could you... No problem, I'm here to help you with your memories? Well, thank you. I can always count on you to do that. Could you give us a detailed account of the massacre that occurred yesterday at a D-rank dungeon? Survivor Mr. Lim Dogyun? I'll tell you everything. Oh, don't tell me he's gonna be a jerk. Oh, don't tell me he's gonna be a jerk. Because he's got this sly smile on his face right now. If more people hear about his achievements, Suho might earn some respect even as an E-rank hunter. This is a great chance for me to repay him for all he's done for me. Oh no! Oh no! Why? Ah! You don't even ask, you just do it because you think it's gonna help? No! Ah, come on. That evening, an article was published online about an E-rank hunter who saved all the hunters in a dungeon all by himself. An eyewitness account and numerous interviews with survivors of the incident detail the stories of a heroic E-rank hunter who fearlessly fought off magical beasts to save everyone. And then someone is scratching their head with a pen going, "Isn't it about time we recruited a few more porters?" The Hyun Moon Guild. Second admin section. Yes, the collection squad has always been clamoring for more staff. I think we need to hire a few more E-rank hunters. I'm forwarding a candidate to you. I'm forwarding a candidate to you now. How is he? Lee Young-ho, Hyunmoo Guild, second admin section. Let's see. So he fought off some monsters from a D-rank dungeon to make sure the excavation squad could evacuate safely, and help rescue an injured member of the strike squad. This E-rank hunter is... Wait! E-rank?! Wouldn't it be great for the press if a huge guild like ours recruited him? An E-rank hero. I'll give him a call right now. And on this dude's data pad is the very face of Suho. This is the exact opposite. This is the exact opposite of what Jin wanted to do because it would draw way too much attention to him. Great. But that's the end of chapter 9. Onwards to chapter 10. We're almost there. Solo Leveling Ragnarok, chapter 10. And the same dude Lee, slams his phone down and goes, Have you gotten an answer from Hunter Sung Suho yet? A newbie E-rank hunter like him must have been thrilled to get an invite from such a huge guild like ours.
Well, he declined the offer.
What? He declined an offer from our guild? So you're telling me that a newbie E-rank hunter rejected an offer from a guild as large and as prestigious as ours?
He told me that he has no intention to join any guild.
But he's a hunter! How can a hunter not be interested in joining a guild? Does he think he's some sort of S-rank elite?
Well, I figure he'll contact us later himself. I'm sure he'll realize just how inconvenient it is to be a hunter without a guild very soon.
You guys have no idea just how much Suho doesn't need you. But now we're back with Suho and Beru.
Ever since that dungeon incident, I keep getting all these guild invites.
It's only natural. They are all drawn to your talents.
All the offers seem to be for either the collection squad or a porter, though. But why am I even getting so many offers all of a sudden?
And it shows Dongyu in a small corner being the reason.
Working in a guild would interfere with my plan to keep growing with the level up system. I don't see any reason to join one. Anyway, shall we continue, Fang of Laken?
As it shows, he has the sword just in the house with him. And then we cut back to when Suho was, making that proposition to him.
How does it sound? The Shadow and Fang uniting forces to fight a common enemy. Who does he think he is? How absurd. But if the Shadow could become an ally rather than an enemy, I have a condition. I want you to take me to another sanctuary belonging to the Fanged Monarch. So, you have any idea how to get to that other sanctuary? If it belongs to the Shadow Monarch, I can detect its location no matter how great the distance. But I can feel that the gate that leads into the sanctuary has already disappeared. There must have been what you humans call a dungeon break. Then, that sanctuary has probably become a field-type dungeon by now.
Field-type dungeon. If dungeon break occurs at a neglected gate, the area is taken over by monsters and reduced to a wasteland, turning into a field-type dungeon. And then he's texting someone.
Hello, Uncle. I'm going out for a bit. Don't get too worried even if I miss a few calls.
Okay, now that I've texted my uncle.
Yo, okay, I see you, Suho. I see you getting your travel gear ready, just like your grandpappy, just like your pappy.
Let's go check out the place where the sanctuary was.
And we're now in a mountain range. We're just all of a sudden in a mountain range. And it's dark out. And the area is completely cordoned off, blocked off.
Are you sure this is it? I'm sure. This is gonna be a problem. Why did it have to be a territory occupied by a hunter guild?
Mount Guanok Field. Access denied to all those except members of the Hyena Guild.
It's private land, so we'd be trespassing. And I've heard that this Hyena Guild is scary. Apparently, it's a guild formed by former gang members, so it's full of shady people.
Young master, I advise we return to focusing on leveling up instead of listening to the ramblings of this hunk of junk. Huh? What are you doing, young master?
As Suho has that look of like, yeah, we ain't going back.
Get ready to enter.
As Suho looks like is he about to rip open the gate? Oh, he just makes the security cameras look in a different direction.
What about the Hyena Guild?
I have my ways.
And then he clenches his fists. And he crushes the security camera. He just uses commander's authority to just crush the security camera. I've been reading so long that it went from being light outside to dark outside. That's how long this whole session's going to be. I told you, I'm reading until I get all the way to episode 15.
Now we won't leave any evidence, right?
Your reckless manner is very much like your father, young master.
And he steps in He steps in and notices that there's a peculiar blue fog in the area. Are field dungeons always covered in thick blue fog like this?
This fog is of the magic of the outer realm. It forces its way through dimensional walls and corrupts other worlds.
The sanctuary I was protecting wandered through this fog before being connected to Earth.
The outer realm...
Oh, wait. Let me see here.
The outer realm bastards are trying to tear a hole in the dimension so that they can send their armies through. They require this path because the more mana a being has, the more they are affected by interdimensional travel.
And it shows these absolute ones. They're so large, they look like they can just crush the world in their hands.
The more they are affected by interdimensional travel, like myself.
Does that mean we at least have some time before the really strong enemies start arriving here? Well, okay. I guess I should finish leveling up by then.
And it shows some creatures in this forest. Some evil-looking monkeys. These are some nasty-looking monkeys. Regular monkeys can rip your face off. These things look like they can rip your face off along with the rest of your body and fling it halfway across a football field. And it looks like there's not only monkeys, but also gigantic black panthers as well. Can't wait to play that game when it gets fully made. Razor-clawed Briga. We haven't seen the Briga in so long either. Yo, there's... I feel nostalgic. Black Shadow Razan. The Briga and the Razan. These are enemies that Jin had to face in the original run of solo leveling as well.
The time has come to show my powers.
Oh, aren't you reliable? But I won't be using you as my main weapon.
What?
Because I've already decided on which battle strategy I want to follow from now on. And it shows Suho running as he proceeds to just beat him up with his fists. This dude is really embracing the martial. Is really embracing the martial technology, the mash mentality, not technology but mentality, aka the celestial. Yeah, they're basically celestials from Marvel when you think about it.
I'll use the hand-to-hand combat style that I used during the tutorial,
and he just starts beating up on these creatures. He throwing hands. He just like, I don't need no sword. I don't need Beru. All I need is my fists and my knuckles dragging themselves across your face. And he just starts beating up on all of these creatures. And also using Commander's authority to send Blade Fang of Laken. I need to come up with a nickname for him. Laken Blade, Laken Fang. I'm going to call him Laken Fang. Sending Laken Fang towards all these other creatures while he's fighting barehanded with some of these other creatures. He's using Commander's authority to whip the sword around and then embed it into other creatures. Let me read what he said again.
I'll use the hand-to-hand combat style that I used during this tutorial, while using the Commander's authority to support mid-range attacks.
And then he grabs the sword as it gets summoned to his hand again, and he just starts slashing through them with Slashing Storm.
And pull out a weapon once in a while to add a little variety.
Activating skill, Slashing Storm. Activating skill, Slashing Storm. Right, there's the right voice. Yo, CDs! We are on episode 10, chapter 10 of Solo Leveling Ragnarok. I've been reading since 2 o'clock, so I'm almost done. I am almost done. Because these chapters tend to be longer than your average manga chapter. These tend to be like 1 or 2, 3 manga chapters in one. That's how long they take.
And use shadow extraction to reinforce my inventory.
And it shows him using shadow extraction as he binds the shadow of these creatures he's fighting to be like his own personal weapons.
That is so sick!
This is my new battle strategy.
Splendid, young master!
So this is the power of the Shadow Master's heir. The greater the number of enemies, and the longer the fight drags on, the stronger he becomes by using the dead. This is why we lost the war.
Now Lake and Fang understands why Jin beat everybody. Do Kyushu like it? You think I'd be streaming for almost how long? You think I'd be streaming for going on getting close to like 4 hours straight reading all this if I didn't like it? It's like you don't know me at all, mate. I love this. I got out my chair. You know it's serious when I get out my chair. But then we get some more shadows as Suho makes shadow soldiers out of the Razan and the Brigas. Thanks to my increased intelligence stat, the number of shadow warriors I can control has been increased to 5.
Of course, it doesn't hold a candle to the tens of thousands that Master could.
Shut up. And Suho, not wanting to be compared to his own dad, he just hits Beru in the head. Then there's a whoosh sound. And then we're at a new location. This is the place. And they're all looking, and the area where the gate was, it's in a zone that looks like it's lit up, and in an area where people are apparently, they could be inhabiting. This is where the gate to the sanctuary used to be. And they're all just spying down on it from high up, because there's apparently people down there. Darn, there's still people even at this hour.
How diligent.
Wait, but is there any reason for them to be out here so late at night? Isn't monster hunting best done during the day? And then there's a vroom sound as a big truck comes flying in. And it screeches in front of the gate. And it shows that people, are they human traffickers? There are people bound and blindfolded being led up out of the truck. Are they human traffickers? And it shows one member of the hyena gang holding the face of a woman who's crying through her blindfolds. Oh, kill them. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them. Beru, this is definitely a kidnapping scene, right?
It appears so. However, since we are currently trespassers, I urge you to refrain from taking action. We don't know what will happen. We may lose our hunter certification if we get caught trespassing.
And Suho is gone. He's gone.
Huh?
He's already gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
His father was a detective, and his grandfather was a legend.
Oh, wait. His father was a detective, and his grandfather was a legendary firefighter. Because remember, in the previous world that Jin created, everyone lived normal lives, including Jin's father being able to live out his life as a firefighter instead of being a hunter that was employed by the rulers. His father was a detective, an incredibly successful detective, and his grandfather was a legendary firefighter. Sung Suho, age 21, has grown up watching and learning from both those role models. And it shows the perspective of Suho as he's speeding towards this dude who's like got his hand on this kidnapped lady's face, and the dude spins around as Suho is like inches from his face preparing to squash his head.
Huh?
And so, when he witnesses injustice, Suho has a habit of springing to action without a second thought. Him and Midoriya would get along just fine. To be continued. That one is episode 11. Onwards! That was episode 10. Onwards to episode 11. We're getting closer. And then when I'm done, I'm going to rest because, like I said, I've been reading for quite a bit. Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 11. And he lands on this dude's face and kicks him directly in it. causing him to fall over, and also kind of indirectly causing the lady to fall over too. And we just see the impact crater of Suho kicking this guy in the face. And Beru is all like, I can't believe this. He's got his hand, he's face palming, while Lake and Fang and the Briga and the Razan shadows are just looking like, like, really? And all the rest of the hyenas are shocked to see that someone just dropped in out of nowhere. And this hit from Suho is so strong that the dude's face just gets embedded into the ground. There is a ground imprint of this man's body lying flat. Wait, stop. Oh, he went on? Hold on. What you mean? Did I miss something? What did I miss? Kitty, what did I miss? What did I miss? I was going to say, take an intermission now if you need it. Oh, yeah. So let me, no stopping after the last chapter. Oh, right. Okay, so I'm just going to stop here, and right here, I'm just going to stand up and stretch. So that way I'm good. Yeah, I'm stand up and stretch, because I do need to stretch, because I've been sitting down for 3 hours. So I need to stretch. So let me stretch a little bit. I know it's going to be dark. Let me turn the light on in my room real quick. All right. It's always good to stretch. And let me do this. Put the fan right here. Let some nice cool air in so my room can be nice and cool as I continue reading. All right. I've stretched. I'm good now. Yes, revitalized, and I can keep going. But Suho just implants this dude into the ground. And Suho is just looking back.
Who the heck are you?
Oh no, I just barged in without thinking. Trespassing on another guild's territory is illegal. What should I do? Oh. And that's when Suho gets the idea of making one of his own shadow soldiers and turning it into a mask on his face. That's cool. Kidnapping and threatening people? What kind of guild does stuff like that?
Never mind who we are. Who the heck are you? How dare you attack us on top of trespassing in our area? You got a death wish or something? Kill him!
And we see multiple people bearing down on Suho, and he just dodges all of them because in comparison to all the things he had to face, these people are essentially nothing. Oh, this is what happens when you get a high level in a video game. Individuals that cause you problems in the beginning, they are essentially nothing when those same type of individuals try to face off against you again. Ah, I love it. According to my search results, the average hyena guild hunter should be D rank. Maybe I should go a bit easier on them. And he says this, I should go a little bit easier on them, and with one punch, he sends several of them flying in one go. He sends one flying, and he sends one flying into another one, and they both go flying back with extreme force. And then Suho jumps above two other ones, and then just cracks them in the face, just kicks them in the face. Icy teeth and icy blood separated from their foundations, and just breaking them all off. And Beru's watching.
Young master, he is now a level where these so-called D-rank hunters are no match for him.
And then everyone is just laying unconscious all around him. Jinwoo Batman, Sung Green Lantern, Sung Su Lantern. That is what's going on here.
I'm so touched.
That was way too easy. And he has that mask on his face.
Stats. Name, Sung Suho. Job, none. Title, none. Level 16. Fatigue, 0. HP, 2,350. MP, 235. Strength, 33. Agility, 25. Perception, 25. Vitality, 25. Intelligence, 25. Available ability points, 0.
And then it shows all these members of the Hyena Guild all bound up in rope now. And Suho is just dusting himself off.
That was quite the clean finish, master.
Thank you for saving us. Are you from the Hunters Association?
Something like that, yeah. I'll take care of matters here. You should all escape to a safe location. And these people are all just happy to be alive, including one dude who looks like he's just been massively beat up on. But they're all happy to be free. And they take that same car that kidnapped them, and they leave in it. But why would the Hyena Guild be kidnapping people?
Sung Suho, I can feel it.
Feel what?
The reason why I asked you to bring me here. It lies just over there.
And it points to a certain area of this space, like this little camp. This little camp that he was fighting in. It points over to what looks to be like a big garage. And Suho opens it, and his eyes are completely wide as he looks in there, and all he sees are cages. Cages. Is this where they locked up the people they kidnapped? And we see syringes. We see syringes filled with some sort of liquid next to a bucket. We see cells with collars and shackles in it.
I can feel a faint aura. Could it be?
And he looks over. They all look over and they see something in a cage, and it's something whimpering, and it's a dog. It's a puppy. No, yo, didn't. They over here harming dogs. I give you permission to end them. Don't leave them for the Hunters Association. Just end them now. Don't be messing with dogs. Leave dogs alone. Don't be mistreating dogs. Leave dogs alone. I'm not for that. They've caged a puppy as well. What the heck was the Hyena Guild up to?
That's no dog. This young wolf is the heir to the king of animals, the Fang Monarch.
Yo, what? The heir to the Shadow Monarch is face to face with the heir of the Fang Monarch. What?
After being defeated by the Shadow Monarch, the Fang Monarch evacuated his surviving heir to this sanctuary along with a guardian. He believed that a second Fang Monarch would eventually rise, as long as the bloodline was kept alive. To be honest, I didn't have high hopes of seeing the birth of a new Fanged Monarch.
And the collar that is binding this dog is immediately broken.
All I wanted was to keep his bloodline alive.
And wow, this puppy is so little. It's the size of Denim. We got a what is it? A mini poodle? Like I think it's a mini poodle. Denim, he's slightly bigger than this pup here. But he's so little. Why would you do this? I know he's not normal, though. The heir to the Fanged Monarch, that is not a normal dog. That is not a normal dog. So, you know. But still, it's so small!
I can faintly feel the aura of the Fang Monarch. He's gotten so weak, so if we leave him here, he'll die for sure. What will you do, young master?
Huh?
And someone speaks behind them. Someone is speaking behind them as they enter into this garage.
I was expecting a crowd because everyone outside was knocked out. But it was just you.
Dang it. There was still one of them left. Huh? Is that a magical beast? And it looks like this really big werewolf-looking guy. But he's also kind of lanky. Not like really big, like werewolf muscular, but kind of limber, if you will, like lean.
The Hyena Guild turned out to be a group of useless idiots. I knew humans weren't worth using. Brokey, you're alive!
You know him?
Of course. He's the heir's guardian that I just mentioned.
Brokey.
It's been a while, Fanged of Laken. I guess you survived as well.
I like doing this voice for Brokey.
Brokey, surely you haven't forgotten that you were sent here to protect the heir? What have you been doing? How could you let this happen to him? What the heck?
And he's already in front. And he looks, mind you, Suho is at the back of this garage. Brokey is at the front of it. And when he says,
what the heck?
He says something else, but I don't use profanity on this channel, so I can't say it. He's already in front of Suho with his claws just directly next to his face.
Human. How dare you lay your hand on what's mine? He's fast.
And he immediately takes the heir of the Fang Monarch from him. And then it looks like he tries to swipe at Suho, who blocks to keep from immediately getting killed by him. But he winds up still taking the brunt of the attack and gets slammed into the distance of this building. I think he actually got knocked outside. He actually got knocked outside. He got knocked outside. Yeah, he got knocked outside. We're already starting off with Suho at chapter 11, having to concern himself. Yeah, having to concern himself with this dude.
Young master!
Yeah, he got knocked outside and into many storage containers.
Young master, are you all right?
Out of all the hits I've taken so far, that one hurt the most.
Your head is bleeding! Your head is bleeding!
Stop shouting, Barrow. My ears are ringing.
Skill tenacity has leveled up. Defense against physical attacks from 20 to 40%.
All this did, while it did hurt him, it wound up allowing his skills to make him even more resistant to physical attacks. That's ridiculous! Oh, you slapped me halfway across the planet? All you did was just increase my resistance to physical attacks to at least 70% now. Thank you. Did it hurt? Yes. But now it won't hurt as much as it did the next time you do that. I love that! I love that! Hold on, let me refresh this. Always keep chat refreshed. There we go. Let's keep going.
Defense against physical attacks plus 20% to 40%.
Young master, that faint aura I've been feeling ever since we arrived, I just realized what it is. It's Interim! I can feel the aura of Interim from that beast!
Oh, this dude is linked to the interim. Okay.
Brokey, do you realize what you have done to our monarch's heir? How do you think I've managed to keep my strength even after losing the sanctuary? Huh?
Oh wait, this is him speaking.
How do you think I managed to keep my strength even after losing the sanctuary? Huh? Survival of the fittest. The survival of the weak is dependent on the whims of the strong. The weak are only destined to become nourishment for the strong. Those are the rules of nature. He may be weak, but he is part of the Fang Monarch's bloodline, and therefore a truly excellent source of nutrients.
Bro, he's supposed to be the protector of the heir of the person he follows. And he just sees him like, this is going to be something that'll help me get stronger. You are literally emergency rations. For all you Genshin players out there, he is emergency rations.
That's why I feed on him. I have been drinking the blood of the heir of the monarch.
No. That's why the dog is all bandaged up. This Joker's been draining the blood and drinking it to become more powerful. And if the Fang Monarch was alive and he knew this, Brokey would have been broken.
Brokey! I swear I shall slay you by my own hand! That's big talk coming from someone who can't do anything on their own. Lakin's death is proof that he was a weakling.
Then we just get a hand moving through the dark.
I have managed to survive until now. This proves that I am the strongest.
This hand moves through the dark, and then it just motions upwards.
The one who's truly fit to be the next monarch of Fangs is...
And before he can say anything, Brokey gets slashed in the hand, causing him to drop the Fang Monarch's heir. And much to his shock, he's been cut.
Duh.
And Beru, with his little chibi hands, grabs onto the air. Hop! And immediately flies away. Away from Brokey. And not only that, but Suho summons Lakin's Fang, the Lakin Fang, directly to his hand.
Suho!
It seems you're really mad at that guy over there. That's good. I happen to have some business with him as well. Looks like this will be our first joint battle against a common enemy. Ooh, Interim. Interim. I finally found a clue that might lead me to my father.
How dare you, you maggots! I'll kill you!
And it shows, I think, the eye of Brokey, and it looks like he has this strange symbol on his eye itself.
Notification. A quest has arrived. Quest info. Urgent quest. Hunt the hyena. Defeat the hyena Brokey to ensure your safety. Number of Brokeys to defeat. 0 out of 1.
And that's the end of Chapter 11. Onwards to Chapter 12. Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 12.
Alas, all I can do is watch.
As Beru is holding on to the Fang Monarch's heir. But the Fang Monarch's heir starts to wake up. And it sees Suho. And we have Suho standing against Brokey.
Notification. A quest has arrived.
We already read this already.
Number of Brokeys left to defeat. 0 out of 1.
Brokey the hyena. And Suho now suddenly has a bandana around his head. Brokey the hyena. I guess that explains the guild's name. And it shows Brokey walking outside. How did a magical beast form his own guild? And why is he kidnapping people? Could this also have something to do with Iterum?
Brokey, sir.
And please, release us!
You shouldn't underestimate that brat. We'll back you up.
So all the goons are awake now. And I have a feeling that they're not going to be awake for much longer. I just get that feeling. Brokey doesn't strike me as the type of person that wants loose ends. I honestly feel like these dudes are not going to live to see tomorrow.
You shouldn't underestimate that brat. We'll back you up.
And Brokey doesn't say anything. You think I'll just stand aside and let that happen? And then Brokey roars as he bites the heads off of every single person Suho tied up. In one chomp, he bites all of their heads off. I told you they didn't have long. And he just chomps their heads off in one big crunch, and we just see where their heads used to be, and the spray of blood that comes from them being decapitated. Forcibly decapitated.
What? You dare assume I am not enough to take on the likes of him? Know your place or be devoured.
And he just wipes his mouth after just basically eating their heads. Him and Venom would get along in the whole eating heads of other people thing. And that'll probably be as far as it goes.
Brokey!
And Suho launches towards Brokey. And Brokey grabs the blade and keeps it from hitting him. That's no reason to kill someone!
The fate of the weak rests in the hands of the strong. Those with power need no justification for their actions.
And he immediately tosses away Suho into another building. And after getting smashed into this doorway, Suho manages to look up and dodges out of the way before Brokey can just basically skewer him the way that Laken skewered his father way earlier on. And Suho is dashing across this whole area, keeping Brokey from actually hitting him. And then he slams on the ground. We see these impacts of where Brokey is supposed to be hitting. And we see, wow. We see Brokey place his hand on the ground, and the ground starts cracking as he drags his hand up with extreme force, and a giant red-tinted slash pretty much destroys the entire half of the building where he was aiming at. And then Brokey's looking, and we see Suho directly above him amidst all this debris and of all this destruction. Slashing storm! And he manages to hit Brokey, and we actually see some blood drawn.
Is that all you've got? I feel sorry for the sword of the Fang Monarch.
And he's going after, and he's ignoring this. I feel like he's in a berserker state right now. He's just ignoring all of these hits right now. But to his surprise, he finds the sword of Laken directly embedded in his back. Just stabs him in it. It's not over yet. Spiral. And Suho then makes the sword just start spinning directly in his back. Like, basically cause it to drill directly in his back.
Brokey, what has become of you? You swore your allegiance to Master Laken. You looked up to him. How could you have changed so much?
And then Brokey gets a flashback to old Lakin.
I looked up to Lakin.
And then this symbol, the same symbol that is on his eye, I think it's on his eye. On his eye, it suddenly seems to over-envelop his body in like this visage. Hopefully that makes sense. And in his eye, that same symbol is gleaming now. It's now shining very brightly.
No.
As he grips onto the Lakin sword.
You're wrong!
And with all of his strength, he takes the sword out of his back and slams it on the ground, causing the sword to shatter.
I had no admiration for Lakin. I was only subservient to his power. I refuse to live my life as a weakling.
Fang! And Suho surprised by this.
Are you sure this is the time to be worrying about others, maggot?
As he takes Suho and proceeds to just gore into his body right then and there.
It hurts. It feels like all my bones are being crushed. But...
And then he's thinking back to the fact that his father is fighting all of these absolute ones. When I think of my father, who must be fighting his own battles somewhere out there. Then we see this energy just crackling around Suho. This... And we see him creating the gauntlet around his fist again. And he proceeds to punch Brokey directly in his chest.
I can't give up!
And they both just start exchanging blows. That you know how it was with Luffy versus Lucci, or All Might versus the Nomu designed to defeat him, and they just start exchanging blows over and over again, or Jotaro versus Dio. That exchange of they just start exchanging blows against each other.
Young master!
And then we cut back to Fang.
My power is leaking from my shattered pieces. Am I going to disappear? The survival of the air, the future of the Fang. All I can do now is entrust everything to Sung Suho. I want to keep fighting. I want to keep fighting.
And then Fang hears something. And it's the heir of the Fang Monarch who's like trying its best to stand up.
The heir of Lakin?
As it's struggling to get up.
Ah, so that's how it is.
And it shows Suho and Brokey exchanging blows with each other, each hitting each other directly in the face.
He must have been inspired by Suho's determination.
As the heir of Lakin gets up and its eye starts crackling with energy, yellowish energy coming out of its eyes, and it starts growling. And then energy starts to form out of Fang.
I remember now. The very last thing I can do is give all my remaining strength to the air.
And Beru sees this as the sword dissipates and becomes pure energy, and then goes cascading directly into the air of Lakin and envelops him. And then there's a zoom sound as Suho gets punched directly into another building again. And he kind of slumps as Brokey is still standing and growling. And Suho is huffing and puffing. His HP has dropped all the way from 2,350 to just 21. And he's huffing and puffing. He's literally in that Captain America, I can do this all day stance.
I really thought I'd gotten stronger. You're holding out pretty well for a maggot.
As he starts stepping towards Suho.
Is there no way to defeat him? This is the end for you!
As he bears down on Suho, fangs and claws all open wide to embrace the heir of the Shadow Monarch. And as the claws gets inches away from Suho's face,
darn it!
there's a sudden lunge from another location, and there's a crunch as... Is that the air? The air of Lakin? As a dog creature comes in and bites hard on Brokey's arm. And we see the fur with gold-tinted outlines.
You're...
And he sees his arm as we see these big fang hole indentions in his arm dripping. And this creature drops down in front, and the heir of Lakin has gone from being a puppy to a full-on direwolf.
Notification. The heir of the Fang was greatly inspired by your determination. Will you accept the heir of the Fang as your companion?
Come on. I had a feeling this was gonna happen, but man, I thought he was gonna raise it from a pup. But no, he gets like a growth spurt, and now he wants to be the companion of Suho. That's nice.
Will you accept the heir of the Fang as your companion?
I'm getting these notifications, and there's a scream. Oh, yeah! Yeah, man, I'm happy! I'm happy!
Will you accept the heir of the Fang as your companion?
The heir of the Fang? Are they talking about that wolf pup? Accept him as my companion? To be continued. That's the end of episode 12. Onwards to episode 13. And we have the heir right here in front of Suho, growling again. Just a little bit of recap. They do that with these chapters. Accept him? Oh, wait a minute.
Will you accept the heir of the Fang as your companion?
The heir of the Fang? Are they talking about that wolf pup? Accept him as my companion? Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 13.
You're the heir of Lakin. Did you somehow absorb the Fang of Lakin's mana?
Mana? From the Fang of Lakin? Did the Fang of Lakin sacrifice himself to revive the heir?
Will you accept the heir of the Fang as your companion?
And the heir is looking at Suho like, you gonna do it or what? You gonna do it? Well, I was already planning on working together with the Fang, so I see no reason to decline. Yes.
You have accepted the Fang's heir as your companion.
And then both of their heart beats as they, I guess, they have this connection now? All these thoughts are flowing into my head. And, the thoughts of the heir being with Brokey.
Heir of Lakin, we have lost the war against the Shadow Monarch. Survival of the fittest is the only law of this world. Due to our defeat, we have lost so many things. You must become strong so that you may revive the Fang.
And this is Brokey actually being genuinely nice to this. Actually genuinely nice to the pup at first. Then, while that's happening, there's a trembling feeling. There's a trembling feeling as Brokey... What in the world? Is Brokey... Okay, real quick. The pup back then is trembling as it's right there with Brokey, who seems to be kneeling towards these individuals that look like they're all in suits, and they have that same symbol that is on his eye. They all have that above their heads. And he's kneeling to them.
Who are you? Why won't you kill me?
And they all have these weirdly shaped halos above their heads.
This beast looks like he'll be fairly useful. He might meet our requirements.
And the thing is, this woman, she has like blonde hair, but we don't see her face, but she has the halo above her head. And then she looks like she has a baby cradled in her arms, but the baby is also speaking.
This beast looks like he'll be fairly useful. He might meet our requirements.
We'll go with this one. As it shows one of them taking a jewel and looking like they're embedding it in the head of Brokey. No, they point it towards his eye. They point it towards his eye. And they stab directly into his eye. Much to the horror of the Fang heir.
Hyena Brokey. From now on, your duty is to provide us with live humans.
Oh no. Oh, this is even worse. I knew that there was something else going on here. Maybe I thought Brokey was taking the humans so he could feast on them, but no. He's been kidnapping humans to give to these people, whoever they are.
From now on, your duty is to provide us with live humans. The device we implanted will increase your strength to better aid you in your duties.
Oh, no, wait. This child. It's not even a woman who's saying this. It's the child who's saying this.
Hyena Brokey. From now on, your duty is to provide us with live humans.
You know what? It will probably be more otherworldly if they give the baby just an actual grown voice. Hyena Brokey. From now on, your duty is to provide us with live humans. The device we implanted will increase your strength to better aid you in your duties. And while Brokey is, suffering in pain from having this stone implanted forcefully in his eye, the Fang heir runs up. Of course, depending on the subject. And the heir runs over, kind of concerned for Brokey, and it flinches with tears in its eyes as it shows that Brokey has officially lost his mind. The device we implanted will increase your strength to better aid you in your duties. Of course, depending on the subject. It may also twist their own desires against them. Literally just a shadow of his former self because of what these people did to him. Are these the heir's memories? The ones who implanted that thing in Brokey's eyes. Could those bastards be directly linked to Iterim? So the Fang's heir isn't seeking vengeance against Brokey. He only wants to stop his rampage. If this is somehow related to Iterim's master plan, I must defeat Brokey by any means necessary. But I don't have the power to win against him. Showing Brokey with this same device crackling around him because he's basically out of control right now.
Notification. A quest has arrived with your new companion.
Huh?
Quest. The heirs of the monarchs. Find the heirs of the monarchs and recruit them as
Excuse me? I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? Where are my glasses? Let me see if I read that right.
Quest. The heirs of the monarchs. With an S. Find the heirs of the monarchs and recruit them as companions. Companions, 1 out of 8. Reward, unknown.
Oh. Oh, no, you didn't. I'm hooked. Way beyond. I'm hooked.
Due to the bond you formed with the Fang's heir, bond skill has been activated.
And it shows the Fang's heir blazing with power. It shows Suho blazing with power. And the flare is so bright that even Brokey has to shield his eyes.
This is a completely different transformation from what the monarch went through.
I don't know what's going on, but I sure as heck won't let you do as you please!
And Brokey, still crazed, runs towards Suho. And there's the impact of him punching Suho. And even we see the resulting shockwave of him hitting Suho. The destruction in the wake of this punch. This Saitama-like punch. And the dust settles.
Your bond with the Fang's heir has activated a skill.
As we see Suho grabbing the arm of Brokey with something happening to him because his nails are actually extra long now. They've become claws. I beg your pardon? With his hair becoming white. Wow! Yo! His hair becoming white and upturned, and him gaining markings on his forehead and under his eyes. And him also getting like a black and gold gauntlet armor on his forearm. Not on his hands, but on his forearm now. I beg your pardon?
What's this?
Bond skill. Beast possession level 1. Mana required 1 per second. By allowing the Fang's heir to share your body, you increase your strength and develop the sharp senses of an animal.
This Joker got transformations. This Joker got full-on transformations. Beast, man-beast combo from the Inuzuka clan just...
What now? Did he absorb the air?
And he tries to slash in the direction of Suho. And Suho gains ultra instincts and just casually dodges out of the way of everything that Brokey is doing. My body feels light. I can feel my senses sharpening. I instinctively know how to dodge attacks with the smallest movements necessary. This is Ultra Instinct! This is exactly what Ultra Instinct is! And there's a massive slash. Brokey's trying his best to slash in all these different directions of Suho, and Suho's dodging out of the way just effortlessly. With this, I can. And he just, with one swift skyward kick, he just kicks Brokey directly in the chin. So hard that Brokey is already coughing up blood.
No way. This can't be the same brat from earlier.
And Suho is here in this golden aura transformation. Eyes glazed and, slitted pupils like he's a man-beast transformation. And he's just standing there, claws ready to... This man is ready to go. This man is ready to go. Okay. And Brokey's eye starts gleaming again.
I can't lose!
And that same symbol that was over those people that embedded that stone in his eye, that appears over his head.
If I fall here, I will lose everything.
And he once again, he gets empowered by this thing, and he hits Suho, who blocks it with both of his arms.
Is that mana amplification?
And mind you, Barrow's just simply watching because he can't actively do anything right now.
I don't know what sort of cheap trick you're pulling, but there is no way a lowly human like you can defeat me! In the end, it is your bloodline, your species that determines your power!
And he once again goes to try and slash at Suho again. He's going crazy.
Know your place, lowly human!
And they both go to each other, their fists connecting. And they hit each other, and the resulting shockwave from this The resulting shockwave from this just causes a massive upturn of wind and dirt and everything. And there's massive recoil on Brokey's end as his hand not only gets launched backwards, but it also starts spinning and dislocating and breaking. All of his fingers breaking, his entire arm backwards with a massive crack. Just from Suho's brand new strength.
Notification. You have learned skill. Hand-to-hand combat level 1.
This is level 1. This is level 1. I love this. I love this. And it just shows Suho's body completely unfazed from what Brokey just did.
Skill. Hand-to-hand combat level 1. Passive skill. No mana required. You have become skilled in hand-to-hand combat. All physical attacks will receive a 33% boost in damage.
I love this series. I gotta play me an RPG when I get done. I have to. In order for me to take a break from this, I gotta play me some good RPGs with level up skills. Please, I got to. And then we get back to Beru.
You dare speak of bloodlines before the young master? The Shadow Monarch stands at the apex of power. There is none above him.
And then Brokey, possibly for the first time in his life, gets utter chills.
That means this is the Shadow Monarchs.
As he's saying this, Suho is already above him, charging up a skyward axe kick right above him, like his leg is all the way up.
This is the Shadow Monarchs.
And Suho brings his foot down directly on Brokey. And the ground underneath Brokey shatters in all directions. An attack so powerful, you can hear it from a far-off distance. It zoomed outside of the mountain range just to show just how loud this was. And then we cut back to Suho as this bond skill starts to deactivate. His hair goes from a silver back to its original black. The markings disappear, and the air of the fang leaves his body and goes back to being a wolf again. And we see the crushed and beaten face of Brokey as he's still trying to go,
Must become stronger. I must become stronger.
And the air, still seeing him as the same Brokey that took care of him, just licks his face.
I remember now the reason why I wanted to become strong.
As whatever was affecting him, especially in his left eye, that shatters and his real eye is starting to become seen underneath.
Master Laken, I was ashamed because I failed to protect you.
And then the air of the fang just howls.
Notification. You have defeated Brokey the hyena.
Multiple level ups. To be continued. That's the end of episode and chapter 13. Onwards to the second to last chapter for this entire reading. Then there's one more, and then I can say I'm done with reading every chapter of Solo Leveling Ragnarok up until its most recent chapter. But now we have the heir standing in front of Brokey. And Suho and Beru just looking at them both.
Well done, young master.
Beru, you said that you could feel the aura of Iterum from Brokey, right? I was able to see a snippet from the Fang's heir's memories back there, and I saw hunters come to Brokey's dungeon to implant something in his eye. Could those guys have been interim? If they were, what was their reason for targeting Brokey?
They probably weren't interim, young master. The outer gods do not interfere directly in the affairs of mortals. They use their followers to do their bidding. Their actions are likely connected to their plans to take over this world.
So that must mean that Iterim's forces are already here on Earth. I wish we could get more information.
Yep. Yes. Official chapters. Official chapters. You already know how we do here on this. We already know how we do here in this house. We read official in this house.
I wish we could get more information. It'd be a shame to lose this trail here.
There might be a way, young master.
Really?
Brokey should have more memories of interim. By eating his corpse, I should be able to gain access to those memories. I'd also be able to recover some of my mana, so it'd be killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
I didn't know you could do that.
And while he's having this comedic moment with Beru, he gets serious and then looks back at the Fang's heir, who's like over his caretaker, and he's whimpering. And then Suho kneels to him.
Would you like to come with me? I want to show you something.
And the heir is just kind of looking at him. And Suho is smiling. And then the heir starts licking him in the face. And then sorry. It's a reflex. Suho takes his shadow key and creates a portal into the shadow dungeon.
Okay, Beru. I'll leave the rest to you.
Oh, he's taking the heir into this place so that he doesn't see Beru eating the Brokey's corpse.
Young master, you are much too kind.
Solo Leveling, Chapter 14. And now we're back here in the Shadow Dungeon.
But why the Shadow Dungeon, young master? Shouldn't you be heading home?
Because the Fang's heir needs a place to stay.
You're letting him stay in the Shadow Dungeon?
He's lost both his guardian and his sanctuary. I feel bad for him. Besides, we're allies now.
Notification. Companion, the Fang's heir would like you to give him a name.
Oh, I can finally call him something other than the Fang's heir. Let's go.
Give the Fang heirs a name. Give the Fang's heir a name.
Rawr. You want me to name you? Okay. Since you have gray fur, let's go with Gray.
His father was never good at coming up with names either.
And then the Fang's heir, now named Gray, actually likes that name.
Gray. Relationship. Companion. Trust level. Respect.
I wish so many people wish they had that same level of trust with some of their friends. If you could see the trust level of some of your friends and only a handful of them say respect, while the others are like envy or secretly hate, but pretends to respect, I feel like that would also cause a lot of problems. Never mind.
Okay, Gray. From now on, this forest belongs to you and the Fang, so feel free to do as you like here.
Notification. An area of the Shadow Dungeon has been designated as the Fang's territory. Gray has been designated as the master of the Fang's territory.
Hey, Beru, what do you think Gray eats?
As it shows Gray just scratching up on some trees.
Considering his bloodline, I imagine he eats living creatures and even magical beasts, young master.
That's good to hear. This place still has plenty of magical beasts that need to be dealt with. I'll ask Gray to take care of them for me.
Because he can easily sense that there's like a goblin hiding behind a tree. And there's goblins pretty much all over because you can see their eyes in the distance as well. So
I'll ask Gray to take care of them for me.
And then Gray, seeing as how he basically has an entire feast to himself, he immediately goes to town by literally chomping off the head of one goblin in one go. And he's just dodging around all of these goblins, and he's just taking them all out.
Gray's got some great moves. I should probably check the rewards I received. Quest rewards. The following rewards have been delivered. Reward 1, plus 5 ability points. Reward 2, title, Wolf Slayer.
Isn't that the same first title that his dad got as well?
Except, you have acquired titled Wolf Slayer. Title, Wolf Slayer. This title is given to those who have demonstrated exceptional skill in wolf hunting. All abilities will receive a 40% boost.
Busted. All skills, not even just one selective skill. It's just all of them.
All abilities will receive a 40% boost.
Wolf Slayer? Brokey was a hyena.
Let's just let that slide, young master.
Yes, it was. I had a feeling it was, because I remember reading through the manhwa again when I was reacting to the anime when the first season came out. So I distinctly remember that. That's the first title his dad got.
Anyway, this new quest. I'm supposed to find all the heirs and form an alliance with them?
The system never gave your father such a task, but your version of the system has had some updates and lacks the inherent evil of the original.
Evil?
The system was originally created by the architect, with the goal of training Sung Jin-woo to become a vessel for the first Shadow Monarch. Your father's soul was meant to vanish when the system had reached its goal. But Master managed to override the system, and succeeded in seizing the title of the Shadow Monarch for himself. He no longer has any levels to climb, for he has become the greatest of all.
So, is the system planning to raise me as the next Shadow Monarch?
No, young master. There is only one Shadow Monarch in this world. I believe that your system will act as a guide and will help you navigate the path you have chosen for yourself. Any new features would have surely been added to help you with your growth.
The goal of my system.
Status window. And then we see his stats. Stats. Name, Sung Suho. Job, none. Title, Wolf Slayer. Level 16, Fatigue 0. HP, 2550. MP, 270. Strength, 35. Agility, 27. Perception, 27. Vitality, 27. Intelligence, 27. Available ability points, 5. Passive skills, none. Active skills, the Commander's Authority, Level 1. Shadow Extraction, Level 2. Tenacity, Level 2. Slashing Storm, Level 1.
I think I understand why I still haven't been given a job yet. I've improved a lot since that first day when I was struggling against Mistburns. I've acquired quite a few useful skills as well, but I'm still weak. I never would have won that battle against Brokey if Gray hadn't bonded with me. If the system's quests are designed to help me achieve my goals, I should focus on them for now.
And Gray is looking up at Suho after demolishing all of these goblins, and Suho just gives him a thumbs up.
If I keep at it, I'm sure I'll be able to reunite with my family someday.
And Suho and Beru were watching, Gray do work while they were up in a tree. They hop down and he goes,
"Oh, by the way, did you find out anything about Iterim from Brokey's memories?"
I saw the memory that you mentioned, but Brokey had no other memories of interacting with those who brainwashed him.
It's not a spoiler, but I think Architect is still alive since Jin only fought him using a fake body. We'll have to see.
I saw the memory that you mentioned, but Brokey had no other memories of interacting with those who brainwashed him.
I guess that means we've hit a dead end.
However, I did see the humans who founded the Hyena Guild and came by to collect the people they kidnapped.
Oh, people coming to get the other people coming to get the people that they were going from the individuals they kidnapped?
They were part of a guild called...
A guild?
The Reaper. This Reaper Guild will surely have more information leading to Interim.
Okay, so we've just discovered the laughing coffin of this world. A guild that is involved in kidnapping and human trafficking. I hate them already.
Then we cut to a phone ringing, and someone just taps on the screen.
Lim Taegu? I thought you were away on a raid in Southeast Asia. Never mind that right now. Have you seen the news? Are you the one behind this hyena incident?
Incident? What incident? If you're looking for hyenas, I recommend you try the zoo.
Don't give me that crap, Lee Ming-sung.
Hey now, there's no need to be rude.
Ming-sung! It's already well known that you've been hiring the Hyena Guild for some shady jobs. The association will definitely use that against you.
And? Can the association prove anything? If I bring in my lawyers, not even the Hunters Association can touch me.
I already don't like him. He's one of those individuals that think like I can just throw money at my problems and I can make it go away. I'm so rich that I can get away with anything. Far too many people like that in power right now.
I advise you not to take the association...
Oh, wait.
I advise you not to take the association lightly, Vice President Lee Ming-sung. The chairman of the association can reach places that the law cannot.
And the person who's speaking on this phone is a person that is also using a bow and a shield, and there's numerous people around him.
You'd better have everything sorted by the time I get back.
And then the person ends the call.
Who does he think he is, hanging up on me like that? He's gotten real cocky ever since he became an S-rank hunter, even though he used to be my driver.
And Lim Ming-sung slams his table and breaks his entire table. How can I say this? You know who Lim Ming-sung is? But he breaks his entire table.
No one had any information on that bastard who defeated Brokey and destroyed the Hyena Guild. All I got was that he was a young hunter wearing a black mask.
Well, I don't have time to waste on a guy like him. This is the only thing that matters right now.
Lim Ming-sung, Vice President of the Reaper Guild, A-rank hunter. Is that Kang? Is that Kang? Is that this world's version of Kang? Or is that this world's version of Hwang Dong-soo? No, it's not. Is that Kang? No, because Kang had purple hair. But how can I say this? You know who Lim Ming-sung is? I gotta rack my brain. I gotta remember. It's not Kang. Okay, it's not Kang. Okay. We'll just leave it at that.
This is the only thing that matters right now.
And this dude, black hair, black suit, white tie, white jacket, holding up what looks to be like a pearl, but it has like sand inside.
Stardust, the hunter's stimulant.
Oh, this dude makes drugs. Oh, hooray.
Once I get this business going, I'll be untouchable.
To be continued. Okay. Wait a minute. I know this person? Don't tell me. I know this person? I'm trying to remember before I move on to the last chapter. Because I've been going for a long time. How long have I been going? Oh joy, we are closely approaching 5 straight hours of me reading. I know this person. Remember when Jin was getting his official S rank?
All right. Family was just checking up on me because I've been doing this for 4 straight hours, and they was asking me if I wanted to eat anything. I'm just gonna get myself a snack later. Remember when Jin was getting his official S rank? Welcome back, Kitty. We're almost done because I'm about to start the last chapter for this entire reading. I'm trying to remember, who did Jin encounter for his official S rank? Who did he encounter? I'm trying to remember. Oh! Wait! I can't remember his name, but wasn't there a dude who was being praised for him being A rank? And he was a celebrity? I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there a dude he was a dude that was famous? Like, he was a massive celebrity, and he loved being a celebrity, and he was I can't remember his name. He was supposed to be, celebrating the fact that he was getting A rank, and then everyone ignored him when Jin just walked up and he became S rank and robbed him of all his attention. That guy! Oh no, he's even worse now! Oh, that's him! I can't remember his name. I just realized that everyone still has the same name. They just aren't the same individuals that they are. I don't know why I thought that everyone's names have changed in this new world with Suho that Jin has reset. He basically just reset the world, not changed everything. I don't know, for some reason my brain was thinking like everyone's name has changed for some odd reason. I know Blaziken, I know it's the same name. It's just that my brain wasn't really processing this. I've been reading for 4 hours straight. We'll chalk that up to me reading an extended period of time. You went through the 5 stages? Yes, I did. Now I recognize this guy. This guy who got showed up by Jin is now the vice president of the guild that's in charge of human trafficking, or deals in human trafficking. He went from being this cocky, know-it-all celebrity hunter in the world of Jin, and now he's this cocky, know-it-all vice president of this guild in this world with Suho. We never got a moment where Jin punched his lights out in the previous world. I can just smell the encounter he's gonna have with Suho. I can smell it. I can smell it if you can gaze into the future, you might think life will be a breeze. I can smell it. I can smell the altercation. I'm sorry. This is probably gonna have to be another thing where I edit it down because of me walking away and talking to my family real quick. Lee Ming-sung, vice president of the Reaper Guild, A-ranked hunter. Except he's also dealing in narcotics as well. The hunter stimulant. This dude messing with drugs. Stardust, the hunter stimulant. Once I get this business going, I'll be untouchable. To be continued, and onwards to the last chapter for this reading before the next chapter drops in 5 days, which I believe is going to be dropping on Saturday? Solo Leveling Ragnarok, Chapter 15. And we have Gray stepping on the bodies of the goblins that he's basically killed.
You've become quite the fighter. Keep it up so that you'll be fit to fight by the young master's side.
Roar!
Here, Growly, make sure you eat all of it.
Roar!
And, you know, it shows Beru trying to be a little bit forceful, trying to make Gray eat these bodies so he can become stronger. How'd we go from Gray to Growly? Well, he's adjusting much better than I thought, so that's a relief.
Notification. Experience points from Companion Gray will be transferred to the player. Deduction 50%.
So whatever kills Gray gets, Suho gets just half of that. Hey, Beru, take a look at this. I got experience points from Gray. How is that possible?
Is that so, young master? I'm not certain, but I imagine it's similar to how your Shadow Warriors are able to transfer their experience points to you.
I guess in game terms, this is what you'd call a party system where you can share experience points. There's a 50% deduction, but it's still pretty cool that I can get experience points without having to do anything.
If that's the case, then Gray should keep hunting.
And Gray has like sweat. Gray has like beads of sweat across his fur as he go like, "Arr!" And then another notification. Notification.
By exceeding your daily hunting quota, you have fulfilled the requirements for a new quest. Daily Quest Shadow Dungeon Cleanup has arrived. Daily Quest Shadow Dungeon Cleanup. 100 goblins, 10 goblin commanders, and 1 goblin centurion.
A daily quest? It wants me to hunt goblins? It's a quest, so it probably comes with a reward. Does daily quest mean that I'll get a new one every day from now on?
It seems that the system wants you to make this territory completely yours, young master.
This place is huge. It'll take forever to track down 100 goblins. Oh. Inventory. And in his inventory, Suho has one of those summoning horns for goblins.
Item, Bone Horn. Acquisition difficulty, E. Type, Instrument. This horn is used by the Goblin Centurion to call his minions.
I got this the last time I fought goblins here. And he summons more goblins. Suho's not like his dad. He's got a short temper. Yeah, he does. He's not reserved. He's not calm like Jin. He has moments of just straight up anger and all like, ugh. But he blows into the hunting horn.
You have used item Bone Horn to summon nearby goblins.
Then it's quiet. Then there's rumbling as goblins come screeching in, coming to kill Suho and Gray. I knew it.
Oh, what an excellent idea! Using the goblin's own horn to summon them. You are so clever, young master.
And Suho clenches his fists. And then, using his new hand-to-hand skill, just starts beating up on all these goblins. And he hits a goblin so hard he leaves a hole in its body. And he does it to another one, and we just see the face of this goblin indented in with the shape of its knuckles across its face. And Suho is just beating up on all of these goblins, leaving holes in their bodies because he's now that strong against them. Goblins aren't much of a challenge anymore. And since we have to deal with so many...
You have used item Bone Horn to summon nearby goblins.
And he does it again, and again, and again, summoning hordes upon hordes of goblins. Until the entire forest is completely packed with goblins on all sides. Might as well take them all out in one go. Arise. And Suho uses his shadow ability to raise some more goblins. And Gray goes to town. The shadow goblins go to town. Suho is just buying all of these different, is bodying all of these goblins. And Beru is joining in as well. Despite him being in a chibi state, he takes a stick and he's just beating one of these goblins over the head with it.
So precious. Quest info. Daily quest, Shadow Dungeon Cleanup. 100 goblins. 107 out of 100. 10 goblin commanders. 10 out of 10. 1 goblin centurion. 1 out of 1.
And it shows Gray is tired. Been hunting for 3 hours straight. I've been reading for 4 hours straight, so I know how you feel.
Notification. You have completed daily quest, Shadow Dungeon Cleanup. Your quest rewards have arrived. Will you check your rewards?
Is there a problem, young master?
There's something funny about this counter. I've hit the required numbers, but it still keeps counting. Maybe. And then Suho is smiling. This means that there's an Easter egg or something. Let's find out just how high that counter can go. And Gray is all like, "Rawr!" He's all like, "No, I don't want to keep hunting. No, I want to sleep. I want to go to sleep." Gray is tired. He's already tired.
Bing! Daily quest, Shadow Dungeon Cleanup. 100 goblins, 200 out of 100. 10 goblin commanders, 20 out of 10. 1 goblin centurion, 2 out of 1.
And Gray looks like he's just straight up giving up the ghost. He's done. I got nothing left. I'm done. Take me now. It's time, Lord, take Jesus, take the wheel. Take it from my hands. He's done. He's just completely done.
Notification. You have completed Hidden Quest, Shadow Dungeon Cleanup. Your quest rewards have arrived. Will you check your rewards?
And it shows Gray with his feet just up in the air, with Beru concerned going, "Growly?" And Suho looking like a kid in this one panel here is all like, "Yes, I knew there had to be an Easter egg. Check rewards."
Quest rewards. The following rewards has been delivered. Reward 1, full recovery. Reward 2, +3 ability points. Reward 3, the blessed random box. Choose one. Reward.
And both it's either reward 3 is either
The blessed random box or the cursed random box. Will you accept everything?
Accept first reward.
Reward 1, full recovery.
A full recovery, just like what I get every time I level up. This could really be a game changer if I save them up to use during battles. Accept second reward. And he immediately gets some more skill points. It'll be harder to get ability points at the higher levels, so it's great that I can use the rewards from these daily quests to keep getting stronger. More games need to do that. And for the last reward,
You must choose between 2 random reward boxes. Which one will you choose? The blessed random box contains an item the player wants. The cursed random box contains an item the player needs.
and Suho is just thinking, an item that I want could end up being something completely useless, but an item that I need could turn out to be something I don't really want. Something I want. That's just way too broad of a category. Right now, it's more important that I get what I need. Because remember, Jin chose the blessed random box. And from that, he chose the blessed random box and got the key into the demon castle. I think. Either that or he got the recipe for the holy elixir of life. But Suho is getting something he needs from the cursed random box. I choose the cursed random box.
You have received item the Vulcan's Horn.
And out of this box are 2 incredibly detailed and sick-looking gauntlets. A gauntlet? Item descriptions. Y'all have to excuse me. I'm turning into the sommelier from John Wick because I love reading out item descriptions and weapon descriptions. I love doing that for video games.
Item, the Vulcan's Horn. Acquisition difficulty, unknown. Type, glove, +40 increase for all attacks. A gauntlet made from the horn of the gluttonous demon Vulcan. It is imbued with the Vulcan's authority and can increase the damage inflicted by attacks. Effect, Desire for Destruction. Hey, Kitty, this is right up your alley. Increases physical damage by 30%. Effect. Devourer of Demons. The Vulcan's authority becomes more powerful with every demon soul it devours. Demon souls devoured. 0. This thing becomes more powerful the more demons it kills? Oh! Gorgeous! He got the key. The recipe came after he beat Vulcan. Yep. Okay. Thank you for turning that to my recollection. So it was the key he got from the Blessed random box, while Suho is getting gauntlets from the Cursed random box. Woo! And Suho's looking at his hand. This is great. I've been wanting another weapon since I can't always count on using Shadow Warriors to make my own. And he puts the gauntlets on. They look like they're a good fit. Cursed first was the key, and Blessing was the elixir. Oh, okay, so Jin did get a cursed box, and it gave him the key to the demon castle, the demon dungeon. So they both chose cursed boxes then. Okay, you'll have to forgive me. My recollection of every single thing that happened within the original solo leveling run, I don't remember every single thing, but I guess I remember enough. But thankfully, you guys are here to let me know what I miss. But he puts on the gauntlets, increases physical damage by 30%. What does this mean? Does it mean the more demons I hunt, the more effective it gets? And he just starts shadowboxing with these new gauntlets. It's a bit heavy, so I should probably invest all my available points in strength. Strength, 35 to 43. Now then, I guess I need to go hunt some demons to make this weapon stronger. Quest info. There has been a change in your companion's trust level. Huh? Quest info. Companion. Gray's trust level has changed from respect to fear. Right, because Suho put him through that whole thing of fighting for hours with all the goblins. He now fears Suho because of everything he just went through.
Young master, Growly is not like your Shadow Warriors. He needs rest.
And Gray is just tired. Oh, sorry, let's just call it a day then. I have stuff I need to do in the outside world anyway. You are now exiting the Shadow Dungeon. And it's just Beru and Suho leaving. You mentioned that the Reaper Guild has ties to the Hyena Guild, right?
Yes, young master.
Where should I start looking? And then his phone starts ringing. Dogyun. Hey, Suho, can I ask you for a huge favor? And we get to the Soul Station field type dungeon, restricted area, and it's a very large but also destroyed, station area. Suho, over here! Thanks so much for coming. So, I signed up to work as part of a collection squad, but the entire squad just ghosted me. You mean none of them showed up? Yeah, can you believe it? Those bastards, I bet they're all partying somewhere without me. Calm down, I'm here to help. I knew I could count on you, Suho. Here, take this. A protective suit? Yeah, collection is much more dangerous than excavation, so we'll need these. The excavation squad works near the dungeon's entrance, where it's relatively safe. But since the collection squad's job is collecting the corpses of all the slain monsters, they have to follow the strike squad deep into the dungeon. They also have to deal with the occasional monster attack. Not to mention the risk of injury from handling monster corpses with sharp spikes or scales. Oh, so that's why we need these suits. What's going on? Where's the rest of your squad? I'm really sorry, but the guys who were supposed to work today are just ignoring my calls. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't they sign a contract? How do you know? Do you know how much we paid the Reaper Guild just to get access to this area? You better not fall behind, or I'll submit an official complaint to the Hunters Association, and I'll make sure you never work in this business again. Yes, sir. We'll make sure to keep up, so please just give us a chance. Irresponsible bastards. And he just walks away. Dude's rude. Man, I am not even the leader of this collection squad. Hey, Suho, can we use your familiars to prove ourselves?
And then Suho gets silent because he's able to perceive just how strong all of them are. 4D rank mage type hunters, 5D rank battle type hunters, and 1 C rank healer. The guy who yelled at us, the healer, must be the leader of the strike squad. From the cursed random box, which is supposed to give me something I need, I received the Vulcan's horn, a weapon that can devour demons. It's slippery, so watch your step. And they step into this area. The timing of Dogyun's call. A field-type dungeon that just happened to be owned by the Reaper Guild. And then there's this howling coming in from this area. You know, this field-type dungeon that has fallen to monsters. This has to be more than a mere coincidence. And they enter into this building where it's like all these weird growths that are everywhere. Glasses are getting knocked over, pardon me. And they walk into this long area and we see some more mist burn. We see some more mist burn. And this mist burn, I can't tell if it's being created or if it's being... I think it's being created. Yeah, it's being created. It looks like a mist burn is being created. And there's numerous people. There's numerous people standing around this mist burn. This very tall individual with a skeleton on its head. I can't tell if that's its actual head or something. I think that's its actual head. It's like this weird creature. And then there's another one standing next to it. And then there's another one that looks like with Vicar Amelia from Bloodborne with like gnarled teeth and bandages over the eyes. I've got a bad feeling about this. To be continued. Here we go. And here it is, the notification at the end of this. Next episode update, November 16th, 2024. Series will update regularly on Saturdays. So, Solo Leveling Saturdays are here, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I have fully caught up with Solo Leveling Ragnarok. Oh boy! I am so excited to read this series for all of you. And for anyone who managed to stay here during the entirety of my reading, not only are you a real one, for people who had to leave and come back in because you had other things prior, you are still real ones as well. Don't feel exempted. But every single one of you who have managed to see the end of this session, I just want to say thank you. This was a long read. 5 hours. I was reading when the sun was still out. I just want to say thank you for finally being here with me so I can enjoy Solo Leveling Ragnarok with all of you, and we get to read through the entire series as it goes on. It is an immense honor and privilege to be your entertainer. It is time for me to rest because I've been using my voice a lot. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait to enjoy this series with all of you, and I can't wait to bring my own brand of dramatic reading for Solo Leveling to you guys and the rest of the world. I see great things ahead for us doing this and for the channel as a whole and for this story as a whole. But for now, I rest, and I'm going to kick back and relax until tomorrow. But yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Solo Leveling is back, baby! And I can't wait to just dive in because we're just scratching the surface here, but I'm done. Hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples, and arise!